All right, are we good to bring the jury in?
Just one matter.
Yes, sir.
So, Dr. Torres is going to be the first witness that the prosecution calls this morning. I anticipate that the prosecution will move for admission of Exhibit 361 through Dr. Torres. It's a video exhibit with 8 separate clips of interviews that Mr. Alissa did after the state evaluation. Before the jurors brought in, I just wanted to renew the objection to admission of that video that I articulated in D67 and under Mr. Alissa's rights under the United States and Colorado constitutions.
Okay, all right. And I issued the written ruling.
On Friday.
Yeah, I did. Okay. All right, we'll get the jury in then. Thank you. Do you want me to do the limiting instruction right as she begins?
Judge, I don't have an objection. I think that's up to defense.
Do you want me to start it just once we get her sworn in? Or do you want to wait?
Judge, I think that it's appropriate considering the nature of her testimony.
Right away. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you had a good weekend. We'll get started with the people's next witness, Mr. Kuffner.
Good morning, Judge. The people would call Dr. Torres.
Morning, Dr. Torres. You want to just make yourself comfortable over there and I'll swear you in once you set everything down before you have a seat. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
Dr. Torres, can you just state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Law&Crime Torres. Last name is spelled Torres.
Dr. Torres, can you introduce yourself to the jury and just tell them how you're employed?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Law&Crime Torres. I am currently employed in the Court Services Department as part of the Office of Civil and Forensic Mental Health. My official title is the Director of Training there.
Tell the jury what the director of training does.
In my role, primarily I'm involved with running a postdoctoral fellowship, and that means training individuals who are at the doctorate level, so they've completed their doctorate, but they're specializing in conducting criminal forensic evaluations, specifically with competency to stand trial, as well as mental state evaluations at the time of the crime.
How long have you been in that current role?
I've been in this role officially for about a year.
Who held the role before you?
Before me, it was held by Dr. Tom Gray.
Before your current role as director of training, what role did you hold?
Before this, for approximately 4 years, I was the clinical director for the Court Services Department.
What does that mean, being the clinical director?
Being the clinical director, my primary role was to apply clinical and forensic and ethical knowledge to policy and legislative issues and processes at the systemic level associated with the work that our department does. And in addition to that, I was also functioning as the associate director of the postdoctoral fellowship, so I was still involved in training, and I did a few evaluations of my own.
What role did you have with respect to the other doctors doing evaluations for the state hospital?
Thank you. Yeah. As my role in the clinical director position, I was also the supervisor of supervisors who supervised all of the state employed evaluators in Colorado.
About how many state employed evaluators were there during your time as the clinical director?
There was approximately 35.
And you were responsible for supervising the people who supervised all of them and ultimately responsible for all of them.
Yes.
Prior to being the clinical director, what role did you hold and where?
Before I was the clinical director, I was still in the Court Services Department, but I was working as a supervisor of evaluators for approximately 2 years.
I may have jumped ahead too quick. Could we just go back and have you explain what is the Court Services group and like how it's structured within the state hospital?
Okay. The Court Services Department is a group of psychologists. We serve individuals across the entire state of Colorado, doing primarily competency to stand trial evaluations and those mental state at the time of the crime evaluations. We are not officially a part of the state hospital. We used to be, but that separated many years ago. So we have offices at the state hospital down in Pueblo, as well as the state hospital up here in Denver, but we are not officially a part of the state hospital.
Talk about the difference.
Well, the state hospital is where individuals go to receive treatment, whether they are receiving treatment on a civil basis because they are acutely mentally ill and a danger to themselves or others, or perhaps they are receiving treatment associated with understanding procedures associated with the court, or they have been found not guilty by reason of insanity and they've been sent to the state hospital to receive treatment until they can be released back into the community.
So when the court makes a referral for a sanity evaluation, like happened in this case, who gets that referral?
That referral comes to our office and it's handled by some of our administrative assistants.
And then with respect to that, it gets assigned out to one of the doctors to do the particular evaluation.
Correct.
Prior to working at the state hospital, what did you do? Or I'm sorry, prior to working for Court Services, who used to be part of the state hospital, what did you do?
Prior to working for Court Services, I worked at the state hospital for about 2 years, conducting violence risk assessments with those individuals who have been found not guilty by reason of insanity.
So in all, how long have you worked for Court Services and or the state hospital?
For court services, approximately 8 years. For court services and the hospital, 10 years total.
And prior to coming to Colorado, what were you doing?
Before Colorado, I was in Texas. That is where I received my specialization. I did a postdoctoral fellowship in Texas back in 2011, 2012. And that's where I specialized in conducting these types of evaluations. Same kind, the competency to stand trial, as well as the mental state at the time of the crime evaluations. And once I finished my postdoctoral fellowship, I became licensed in Texas, and I was originally or first employed in a private hospital doing full-time work as an evaluator for competency to stand trial.
So in all, you've been doing this type of work for how long?
That would be approximately 12 to 13 years.
You mentioned your fellowship. Talk about your education before the fellowship.
Before the fellowship, I mean, if I'm going to start from the beginning, I first received my bachelor's in psychology back in 2006 from the Johns Hopkins University. And from there, I went on to graduate training at Alliant International University in Los Angeles. I got my master's as well as my doctorate in forensic psychology, graduating from that program in 2011, which is when I moved to Texas to get my specialization.
So currently, what licenses do you hold?
I hold just one license to practice in the state of Colorado.
And that's a medical license?
It's a professional license.
Okay. Explain that.
We have an administrative professional group called DORA, and they are the ones who regulate who can be licensed as a psychologist officially. And if one were to break the rules, we would have to be answering to DORA and their ethics committee.
In addition to being licensed to practice in the state of Colorado, what board certifications do you have?
I'm also board certified in forensic psychology. I received that back in 2018, and that's board certified by the American Board of Professional Psychology.
Talk to us briefly about how significant that is.
Not many individuals go on to achieve that. Not many even try to achieve it because it is a long process and it is additional work, a lot of it. The first step is to take an examination, a written examination that assesses your knowledge in both criminal and civil forensic psychology. Once you pass that test, you have to submit 2 different work samples in 2 different areas, and it is reviewed by a panel of experts in the field, people who are also board certified in forensic psychology. They critique your work, and if they decide that your work is good enough, you then move on to an oral examination where you must defend your work and your practices and demonstrate your knowledge in front of a panel of experts.
Board certification is not something that's required to be licensed in Colorado.
It's not.
I think that we've heard something like 9 board certified forensic psychologists in all of Colorado.
That's probably about right.
So not a significant number of people practicing in the forensic psychology area are board certified.
Correct.
Give us an idea of how many evaluations you've conducted during your career.
During my career, I think it's fair to say that I'm somewhere in the number of 800 at this point.
How many times have you testified in court as an expert?
In the state of Colorado, approximately 37.
When you say in the state of Colorado, have you testified as an expert in Texas as well?
Yes, but only once.
Like, can you give an idea in the state of Colorado what courts you've testified in?
That's a good question. I know for sure Pueblo, El Paso County, Denver County, Aurora, Adams, Mesa, Boulder, Alamosa, pretty much, I would say all over, but I haven't testified in every single county either.
Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Dr. Torres as an expert in forensic psychology, permitting her to render an opinion in this case.
No objection.
All right, she will be qualified to testify as an expert and render an opinion.
Dr. Torres, I jumped ahead a little bit and was asking about the assignment process of how when a court asks for an evaluation or orders that an evaluation be done, it gets to court services. In this particular case, Judge Bakke ordered that a sanity examination be conducted on Mr. Alissa.
Yes,
And that came to the administrative folks at court services. And then you and Dr. Gray were ultimately assigned.
correct.
Discuss why yourself and Dr. Gray, who had recently retired, were selected to do this particular sanity examination.
Yeah, I think there was careful thought put into it. I know I was selected, one, because I am a board certified individual in forensic psychology, and there are not many of us in the court services department. In fact, prior to Dr. Gray's retirement, we were the only two at that time. Additionally, I've been involved in this case before, and so I had already reviewed the police reports and the case file. And I think administratively, it was determined that that was an advantage in addition to having had some rapport as it relates to evaluating Mr. Alissa.
Had you worked with Dr. Gray before?
I have.
Like, how many evaluations do you think you've done with Dr. Gray?
Together, we've done 3 higher profile evaluations together.
And when you're working with another doctor to do an evaluation, describe how that process works.
When we do it together, we both review all of the information that we have available to one another. We review it and we conduct the interviews together. And we consult and discuss with one another as we go through the entire process.
Is it something where you're both looking to form an independent decision, or is it more of a collaborative decision when you're issuing your report?
I would say on some level, it's a little bit of both, but we work independently, formulating our ideas as we go along. But like I said, we do discuss and touch base throughout the course of the evaluation to see what the other one is thinking, because this is how you can generate new ideas, or perhaps I noticed something that he did not notice, or vice versa. So it's helpful to have 2 sets of eyes on the data and the individual that you're evaluating.
But certainly you could ultimately disagree in a particular opinion at the end of the day.
That could happen.
That didn't happen in this case.
No.
Talk a little bit about what the legal standard for sanity that you're looking to opine on is in the state of Colorado.
The legal standard is whether someone has a mental disease or defect that impairs their capacity to distinguish between right and wrong, or impairs their capacity to form the culpable mental states associated with the crimes.
So let's start with that first piece, the mental disease or defect.
Okay.
I believe that your first interactions with Mr. Alissa were in September of 2021.
That's correct.
And so you've met with Mr. Alissa a number of times over the years.
Yes.
And you met with him and conducted 4 interviews with Dr. Gray for the sanity examination that you're here to talk about today.
Yes.
Based on all of your interactions and your review of all the medical records and jail records and information in this case, do you believe that Mr. Alissa has a mental disease or defect?
I do.
What do you believe that to be?
Schizophrenia.
So talk a little bit about whether the fact that he has a mental disease or defect is sufficient to consider him insane.
Before you answer that, I'm going to give that instruction now, just so I
Please, Judge.
get down the road. You are about to hear evidence that you may consider as to the question of the defendant's sanity with respect to first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, first-degree assault, and possession of high-capacity magazines. You shall not consider it for any other purpose. Thank you, Sergeant.
No problem.
So back to my question, mental disease or defect, is that sufficient to find somebody insane under Colorado law?
A mental disease or defect alone is not sufficient to find someone insane.
out of the evaluations that you've done, do the vast majority of the individuals have a mental disease or defect?
It's been variable. I mean, a lot of people do have a mental disease or defect, but sometimes we conduct these evaluations and their mental illness doesn't rise to that threshold.
What about with respect to the diagnosis in this case, schizophrenia? Do you agree with that diagnosis?
I do.
Talk a little bit about why.
I agree with the diagnosis as it relates to Mr. Alissa. Given the information that we have received from police interviews with his family, interviews that we ourselves conducted with his family, interviews with individuals who have treated Mr. Alissa, as well as a review of things like the jail records around the time that he was arrested and the hospital records associated with the time he's been at the state hospital, as well as our own interactions with him. We have noted that sometime in 2019, according to his family, he started to exhibit odd behavior, suggestive of maybe hearing hallucinations or hearing voices. And when I say he evidenced behavior associated with that, family members noted that they saw him talking to himself, laughing to himself. And in addition to that, he had a few instances of behavior that was suggestive of paranoia. For instance, his family talked about how he would tape up the video screen on his computer and say things to them, that he was being followed, possibly by the FBI. And on one occasion, he broke a key fob. So it's behaviors that were unusual even to them. And then sometime in 2020, they described that he, quote unquote, shut off, meaning he really withdrew from interacting with them, barely spoke except to say a few words to them. His hygiene declined later on in the year of 2020. And that taken to like that, when you think about it clinically, it comes in line with what we typically do see with schizophrenia. And when I first saw Mr. Alissa in September 2021, I saw the same sorts of symptoms, that withdrawal, barely showing any emotion, not speaking, or when he did provide any sort of speech, it was vague and it wasn't really meaningful in terms of conversing with him. Although he has never stated to us any sort of delusional content, he has endorsed that he hears voices yelling. And even when I saw him in September 2021, when he was not medicated, he exhibited signs that would suggest that he was actively hearing voices at that time.
So your agreement with the diagnosis of schizophrenia simply is part of that criteria that he has a mental disease or defect, right?
Schizophrenia does rise to the level of a mental disease or defect because the definition of a mental disease or defect is a mental illness that impairs someone's understanding of reality, essentially, or their perception of reality.
But again, that alone is not sufficient under Colorado law to establish that he was insane when he committed these crimes.
Correct.
I want to just make sure that we're clear. You were not working for the prosecution when you conducted your evaluation,
I was not.
and you weren't working for the defense when you conducted your evaluation.
I was not.
You were working for the court who had ordered that an evaluation be conducted.
Yes.
So you have no motive to opine one way or the other in a case like this.
Correct.
You mentioned that you talked to the family as part of preparation or as a part of the process in this particular case. What are some of the other things that you do in preparation for conducting the evaluation or examination?
We review the police records. In this case, it was fairly extensive in terms of all of the videos and interviews that had been conducted. with witnesses as well as family members and other people who had associated with Mr. Alissa. We also reviewed any other records that we had available to us. So in this case, we reviewed school records, a few medical records, but there were no prior mental health treatment records associated with this case. In addition to our evaluation, we reviewed the jail records associated with this time of the arrest, as well as the records for his time that he was at the state hospital down in Pueblo.
And with respect to there being no prior treatment records, was that consistent with what you learned from the defendant in your interviews and his family, that there had been no prior engagement with mental health services?
That's right.
Prior to the date of this offense, there had been zero in the way of treatment or diagnosis.
Right.
I want to talk a little bit about the review of the jail records. You first saw Mr. Alissa in September of 2021,
Yes.
and he was arrested on the 23rd of March, 2021.
Yes.
What did the jail records indicate with respect to the treatment he received between March and September when you saw him?
He was being followed by the mental health providers in the jail. Their records were minimal in terms of what they noted, but in those records, they described Mr. Alissa as minimally communicative, that he was socially withdrawn, that he had a tendency to not display much emotion, that he made some passive suicidal statements, but didn't demonstrate any sort of active intent to commit suicide while he was in the jail. And then in terms of psychiatric problems, he had a tendency to say that he didn't have any, but he did endorse that he heard voices yelling.
And in the report that yourself and Dr. Gray ultimately issued, you indicated that the overall documentation by the mental health staff was that they had a difficult time assessing Mr. Alissa during that 6 months that he was at the jail prior to you first seeing him.
Right, they did.
And part of that was given his mental state presentation and failure to engage.
Correct.
And the other part that you noted was restrictions that were imposed by defense counsel.
Yes.
Charge objection involved.
Overall.
You mentioned that he was unmedicated during that 6 months. I want to talk a little bit about how he presented in that first interaction on the 21st of September, 2021, when you first met him. Can you describe how he presented in that first meeting?
When we saw him, we got him to cooperate with a 2-hour interview. And when I say cooperate, he sat in the room with us and he responded to the questions, I believe, to the best of his ability. But as I noted before, the conversation itself was not very meaningful. His language was quite vague when responding to questions. And some of these questions are benign and they don't even have to do with him and his history. He refused to discuss much of his history with us at that time. He had a tendency to repeatedly respond by saying, I'm not so sure, or I don't know. And even with prompts or follow-up questions, we couldn't elicit very much more information from him at that time. Additionally, he appeared quite uneasy sitting with us. He fidgeted around a lot. He sometimes stared at us quite intensely. And when he responded to questions, there was a delay from the question time and the response when it was given. Ultimately, he appeared somewhat distracted, and this is why I say to myself and Dr. Brittany Remmert, who was also in the room with me, he was demonstrating signs associated with actively hearing voices. Even though he told us that he heard voices yelling, he didn't indicate that that was happening right at that time. Additionally, he appeared agitated. If there was any emotion, he just seemed a bit impatient with us and our questions, and asked several times how much longer the interview itself would take.
So I want to move back and I want to talk a little bit about that 6-month period before you first saw him while he was in the jail. As a forensic psychologist, what is your sense for the impact on anyone of isolation?
For anyone, isolation can have a negative impact on our emotional and mental well-being. For the average person, it can have impacts such as increasing depression, increasing anxiety, and increasing cognitive decline or problems in thinking if the isolation is prolonged.
Is it something that can also exacerbate mental illness?
It can.
In December of 2021, Mr. Alissa was transferred to the state hospital. I think you're aware of that.
Yes.
And he started to undergo some treatment at that time. Can you talk to the jury a little bit about his level of engagement with the treatment when he arrived at the state hospital?
When he first arrived at the state hospital, I would say that he was likely engaged to the best of his ability. He cooperated with receiving psychiatric medications and that he took them, although I think there was some intermittent compliance, meaning sometimes he refused to take them. Generally speaking, he attended some meetings with his treatment team, but also declined to go to a lot of meetings associated with his treatment team. Whenever they tried to speak with him, they saw similar symptoms as I've mentioned. So again, that withdrawal, speaking very little, providing vague information, not demonstrating any emotional reciprocity, and just really isolating himself. I think he tended to decline to go to any treatment groups, especially at the start of his hospitalization.
And with respect to, you're saying he engaged to the best of his abilities or didn't engage based on where he was from a mental illness standpoint. That's based on presenting with the negative symptoms of schizophrenia.
Yes.
And again, the negative symptoms are just that failure to engage or communicate and not engaging in a way that normal people would engage.
Yeah, the easiest way to think about negative symptoms for something like schizophrenia, symptoms fall into two categories. One we refer to as positive symptoms, one we refer to as negative symptoms. And negative symptoms are those things that the average person has that an individual with schizophrenia does not have. So we see things like diminished verbal expression, diminished emotions, diminished ability to even engage in behavior that is goal-oriented. They're not really motivated to do very much. So you see that as a person who's isolating and withdrawing.
And with respect to Mr. Alissa, having reviewed all of the medical records, you're also aware that when he first arrived on December 16th of 2021, during the assessment process, he declined to answer questions and told them that his lawyers had told him not to talk.
Yes.
Talk about how you can determine, or if you can determine, how much of somebody's lack of engagement is based on negative symptoms of schizophrenia and how much is based on a volitional choice not to talk because they don't want to talk about the crime they've committed.
Right. This can be difficult to determine sometimes, and it's usually not all of one or all of the other. Usually the truth is somewhere in between. In terms of how we try to assess that is that we look at how is this person engaging, not just in an interview with ourselves, but across settings, contexts, and with people. And this is where the documentation from the hospital and speaking to treatment staff is particularly helpful. If we see someone consistently demonstrating the same behavior with different people in different settings, even with their own peers or other patients in the hospital, we're more likely to attribute that to a symptom. However, there have been cases where you see inconsistencies where maybe they do engage with their peers, but they don't engage with their treatment team, or they do talk to their treatment team, but when you come in as an evaluator, they won't talk to you. When we see inconsistencies, it's easier to attribute something like that more so to a choice, even though in the end, it can be a little bit of both.
Certainly a response that I'm not going to answer your questions because my attorneys told me not to, is on the volitional side of that equation.
Yes.
And there is no test you have or no mechanism for determining it was 50% volitional and 50% negative symptoms, or assessing any kind of percentages to how much of which.
Correct.
You talked a little bit earlier about the interview of the family members. You guys interviewed his father, 4 of his brothers, and 3 of his sisters.
Yes.
And you mentioned that the purpose of that was to try and collect information about his mental health leading up to the date of the offense.
Yes.
In addition to the things that you talked about earlier, they also indicated he was kind of sloppy and spacey at work.
They did tell us that.
And again, a number of the things you've talked about are indicating some level of paranoia existed prior to the date of offense.
Yes.
But the family members also, I believe it was a couple of the brothers, specifically told you that their family had actually been followed by the FBI at points in time.
Yes, they said that that was relatively normal, just given their ethnicity.
So that if family members say that was actually happening, wouldn't necessarily be attributable to paranoia.
It may not be. However, sometimes it's hard to know where reality ends and delusion can begin. And we asked family some follow-up questions associated with that and Mr. Alissa. And from their perspective, they said that they had no reason to believe that Mr. Alissa was actually being followed. And they told stories of times when he entered into a space and said that he was being followed by somebody outside, and they would go outside and not see anybody there.
But again, difficult to tell how much may be reality and how much may be paranoia.
That's fair, yes.
And that's given the information the family provided to you and Dr. Gray.
Yes.
Before we move into the sanity evaluation, I want to talk a little bit just about your experiences over time and his status and changes while he was at the state hospital. We've talked about that first interview that you conducted on September 21st of 2021. And then you periodically had occasion to interview and interact with Mr. Alissa during his stay at the state hospital.
Yes,
And you've reviewed all of the records from his stay at the state hospital.
I have.
I want to go to the time period of January of 2023 and talk about what was happening with his condition at that point in time and kind of how he was interacting with staff and willingness to comply with the things they were asking at that point.
Yeah, in early January, staff saw a decline in how well he was doing. He was still, for the most part, taking medications, but again, occasionally he would refuse to take the medications. There were concerns just about his mental health stabilization because he got to a point where he wasn't eating appropriately. And it was around March 2023 that his treatment team saw a court order to forcibly administer antipsychotic medications.
What was your experience and what do the records indicate as to his prognosis after that court order for involuntary medications?
What was his prognosis after?
Like, how did he respond after that?
After the court order for medications, what happened is that they were able to change the antipsychotic medication that they were giving to him. Beforehand, they had tried to get him to agree to take the antipsychotic medication called clozapine, but he had refused because it requires them to draw blood levels regularly. And so he didn't want to do that. But with the court order, they were able to administer this medication. And this is a fairly potent medication that they give to individuals who are not responding all that well to other antipsychotic medications. So once he started taking this, there was a notable improvement in his functioning in that he started to engage more with the treatment team, started going to treatment groups more. He started spontaneously providing information, which was something that up to that point he had not really done. His hygiene improved even while he was at the hospital. So everything got a little bit better after that.
In fact, you yourself saw improvement as early as April after the involuntary medication order was in place. You saw an improvement in his condition as quickly as a month later.
I did.
And then that improvement was something that you observed to continue, ultimately getting him to a pretty good place when you met with him in August of 2023.
Yes.
Can you describe generally like the difference of your first meeting in September of 2021 to your meeting in August of 2023?
Sure. In comparison, when we saw him in August of 2023, he was more attentive. He responded to all of our questions. I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I'm pretty sure he did not decline to answer anything at that point in time. The conversation that we had, it was like a normal back and forth conversation where you ask a question, someone provides an answer. Now, he still demonstrated some diminished speech, like he could provide a sentence, maybe two, but ultimately he was able to converse with someone in a way that was meaningful and provide information. Additionally, in terms of emotions, I noted the first time I saw him in September 2021, there wasn't much emotion besides an underlying agitation. But when I saw him in August of 2023, he was, for the most part, calm. He even demonstrated some emotion, such as smiling in a manner that was appropriate to conversation.
During this time period of, well, your first interaction in September of 2021 up into 2023, Mr. Alissa was a pretty mentally ill individual.
Yes.
And that was why he was residing at the state hospital.
Yes.
And that was consistent with all of your interactions with him, that he was exhibiting significant mental illness during that time period.
That's correct.
The fact that he was mentally ill goes to that first part of insanity, that he has a mental disease or defect, correct?
Yes.
The mental illness during that time frame doesn't really speak to the second two parts of where he was functioning on the date of offense.
Judge, I'm going to object. That's in the statement of the law. The second part does require an evaluation of cognitive ability.
It has nothing
It's
to
up
do.
to the jury to decide. It's for the fact finder to determine that.
I can rephrase the question, Judge.
Thank you.
So with respect to his mental illness during this several year period that he was at the state hospital, that goes to the part of insanity that you're evaluating. He has a mental disease or defect, something everyone's agreed on.
Yes.
With respect to your opinion as to his sanity, whether he was capable of distinguishing right from wrong on the date of offense, the severity of his mental illness during that time period how does it impact your opinion?
Judge, I'm going to continue my objection. That's for the fact finder to decide.
Overruled. It has to do with her opinion.
Ultimately, when it comes to evaluating sanity, we are very much considering his mental state at the time of the offense, not so much his mental state 6 months or even years following the offense.
But he could have, he was mentally ill on the date he committed this offense, correct? But it doesn't make your opinion that he was insane.
Judge, objection, confusing, goes to the ultimate issue.
Rephrase it, please.
So if he were mentally ill on the date he committed this offense, why wasn't your opinion that he was insane?
There are several reasons that go to that. Following our interview with Mr. Alissa and a review of all of the information that we had available to us and interviews with his family, in terms of our opinion as to why we are saying he was sane or not insane at the time of the crime, is when we consider the impact of his mental health symptoms on those two other prongs. And I'm going to walk through each one separately. But I'm going to start with the capacity to form the culpable mental states. Ultimately, in terms of the information available to us, Mr. Alissa, in the months leading to the offense, he demonstrated the ability to purchase firearms, purchase a carrier vest, purchase ammunitions. He told us about going to the mountains to practice shooting, at least for a few minutes. There's evidence that he conducted research associated with mass shootings and tactical weapons and firearms. And on a day-to-day basis, he was still going to work. And even though his family described his work as spacey and sloppy, he was still able to engage in work to some degree. All of that taken together demonstrates a capacity for planning and a capacity for organizing one's behavior well enough to carry out some sort of task. So ultimately, our opinion was that the symptoms of his mental illness did not significantly impair his capacity to form culpable mental states associated with these sorts of crimes. Now, when we go to the first prong, or the one that talks about whether the mental health symptoms make someone incapable of distinguishing right from wrong, in our interview with Mr. Alissa, he told us that he knew that his actions on the day of the offense were against the law. He wasn't able to justify his behaviors. He knew that his behaviors weren't correct. And I would say, however, when we talked to him about the mental health symptoms that he was experiencing, he often told us about the voices yelling. Despite our follow-up questions, he wasn't really able to give us more information about how voices yelling ultimately led to his behaviors. However, he did seem to implicate the voices when we asked him a lot of questions about why he did one thing or another. So, for example, why he purchased firearms, it was because of the voices. Why did he commit a mass shooting? It was because of the voices. But when we talked more about the voices, he did tell us that they were not commanding him to do this. When we talked to him further about the voices, he told us that he couldn't make out any discernible words that were being used. He would just very consistently across interviews say something like, "I heard the voices and the thought came to my head." And our interpretation of that is that Mr. Alissa's interpretation of the voices that he was hearing made him think that this is what he was supposed to do, or that this is what the voices wanted. However, with further follow-up questions, we just were never fully able to get information or an understanding as to what it was about voices yelling that made him think that that's what voices wanted. So we ended up in a situation where we lack evidence to suggest that at the time of the crime, his mental health symptoms made him incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. However, we also weren't fully able to rule out that maybe there was some sort of psychotic process going on.
Your report indicates that there was no evidence discovered to indicate that he was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong.
Right. We found no clear, solid evidence of it.
You mentioned that despite the fact that he knew it was wrong and that it was illegal, he was unable to justify it. What did you mean when you said that?
What I mean is oftentimes in these sorts of evaluations, we are looking to see if there's some sort of psychotic motivation associated with what the person is doing. And in this case, we have instances from his family that are suggestive of a possible paranoia, but in the time that I have met with Mr. Alissa, I've never heard him say anything that sounds delusional or comes off as delusional. And even in his explanation of his mental state at the time of the offense, there is no clear tie of a delusional thought process associated with the actual offense.
So when you say, when you've met with him, you've never observed anything or he's never said anything that appeared to be delusional, we're talking about upwards of 9, 10, well, more than that with the 4 times you met with him for the sanity process, probably somewhere close to a dozen or more times you've met with him.
Yeah, that would be correct.
And in those dozen times, you never saw and he never expressed any delusional thinking.
Correct.
Can you give the jury an idea of what delusional thinking, or I guess, can you give them an idea of what delusional thinking would look like?
Sure. Delusions are false beliefs that are not based in reality, but a person holds on to, they're fixed on them, even if they're presented with evidence to the contrary. So some classic delusions that sometimes we see in these types of evaluations include a mother who, operating under a delusion that something is coming for her children, murders her children in order to save them from some sort of worser fate. Another delusion that we have seen includes a delusion that a loved one, a family member, has been replaced by some sort of entity, and even though it looks like their mother or sounds like their mother, it isn't their mother, it is something else or something evil. These are just 2 of many sorts of examples I could provide.
Again, in your 12 plus meetings, no delusional indications or thoughts from Mr. Alissa.
Correct.
No delusional thoughts or indications in any of the medical records you reviewed?
None.
Talk about how he presented when you interviewed him you interviewed him 4 times, February 6th, February 20th, March 21st, and April 9th.
Yes.
Can you talk generally about how he presented?
He presented similarly across all 4 interviews with us. He engaged in back and forth conversation. He responded to questions. His responses tended to be brief. Sometimes the conversation was a bit vague, and sometimes he responded well to follow-up questions, but sometimes follow-up questions didn't really elicit more information. He told us that he was not at the time of the evaluation hearing voices, but he did say that he still continues to hear them every so often. His emotions, he did not express many emotions throughout the course of the evaluation, but overall, I'd say he was cooperating with us.
Had his ability to interact improved from what you saw in September of 2021?
Yes.
But he still was not providing significant information about the date of offense or the crime itself.
He provided I'd say a good amount of information. However, there were some areas where we weren't able to get more information, where there could possibly be more information.
And those were the areas that gave you a little pause with your ultimate opinion?
Yes.
Talk about that.
During our interviews, the 4 interviews that we conducted for the Sanity evaluation, there were certain areas that he still refused to talk about as it relates to the offense itself. He talked to us about some of what he was thinking leading up to the offense. But when we get to the part where he enters the King Supers, he told us that he didn't want to speak about that. And he also mentioned that he couldn't remember parts of it. In terms of the story, he picked up again at the part where he gets shot in the leg. In addition to that, he also declined to talk to us about some of these behaviors that his family saw. So the covering up of the computer screen, the breaking of the key fob, the statements that he had been followed by the FBI. He didn't speak to us about that, and he refused to speak to it. So when it comes to those behaviors and the vague statements about the voices yelling, and not providing much clarification between how the voices yelling are associated with his behavior, gave us pause because ultimately it left us in a situation where we had limited information about what Mr. Alissa's mental state was at the time of the offense. And in addition to that, some of those vague statements could be interpreted in more than one way, which made it more challenging to draw a definitive conclusion as it relates to issues associated with sanity.
Is it fair to say that over those 4 interviews, he gradually provided a little more information?
He did.
Was that consistent with what you saw, what you had observed over the years that you had been interacting with him?
Yes.
He would gradually, as you continue to interact, supply just a little bit more.
Yes.
The way I'm understanding what you just said is that because he refused to talk about what actually happened during the time of the shooting, that was what made your opinion more challenging or more difficult.
Yeah, it made us feel less confident in the ultimate opinion that we were giving.
But again, you had no evidence to support that he was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong or forming the culpable mental states.
Correct. And that's why we gave the opinion that we did.
What was that opinion?
That he was not insane at the time of the offense.
So your opinion was he was sane at the time he committed these crimes?
Yes.
In having some hesitation with that opinion, it was based on a lack of evidence, though not evidence in and of itself.
The evidence that we had, we ultimately had to weigh what we did have, but the evidence that we had falls into, you could say, the bucket of being able to distinguish right from wrong, which is why we ultimately came to the opinion that we had. However, we hold consideration that there may be issues just with the actual interview process itself in terms of gathering information that could have fallen in the other direction.
Let me ask the question a little differently. In order to have gotten to a place where you opined that he was insane at the time he committed the crime, you would have had to speculate or invent facts with respect to what he was thinking while the crime was occurring.
Speculate and infer, yeah.
And that's something that you don't do when you're forming an opinion about sanity.
It is not the best way to go about forming opinions on sanity.
You're not willing to just infer or make up facts in order to reach a conclusion.
We have to go based off of the evidence that we have in front of us.
And in this case, there was no evidence to support insanity.
Correct.
Can you run through the facts that you had that supported, you've already, I think, gone through a number of them, with respect to the incapable of forming the culpable mental state. You talked about the planning, the preparation, the research, the purchases. You mentioned with respect to the incapable of distinguishing right from wrong portion of your analysis that he knew it was wrong at the time. What facts did you conclude that from? Or what were the facts that formed the basis for that conclusion?
For that conclusion, I mean, he made direct statements when we asked him these questions very directly during our interview, that he, like I said, he couldn't justify the actions. He couldn't provide an ultimate motivation associated with them, meaning we would ask the question and he would just say that there was nothing beyond the voices. We asked him if he thought his actions were correct leading up to the offense, and he said they weren't. In terms of behaviors, well, he purchased a carrier vest to carry a couple of weapons with him. And when we asked him about statements that he had made, that he wasn't intending to survive the offense, his responses to those questions was that he anticipated that he would be in a shootout with police and likely die in the process. I mean, those behaviors and those statements suggest, well, that you know that police are likely to show up and that police are likely to shoot at you to defend a certain situation. When we asked him more about some of those suicidal type statements, Mr. Alissa never exactly stated that his intent was to complete suicide, but he always said the plan was to die. And we asked him if it was the voices plan or the plan of the voices, but he always clarified that it was his plan to die and not the plan of the voices or something else.
Why did he tell you it was his plan to die?
Judge.
Sustained.
I'm not sure about what the objection is, Judge.
It calls for speculation, is what I believe Mr. Dunn would say. Why did he tell you? Why did he tell
Sorry.
you?
I didn't realize that form of my question was poor. What did he tell you was the reason that he planned to die?
One thing that he did tell us, and I don't know if it was so much why he planned to die, but he did indicate that he would rather die than go to jail.
And again, how did that speak to the ability to distinguish right from wrong?
Well, again, it demonstrates some understanding about the legality of the issue and that it's not a correct behavior.
Just to be perfectly clear, you and Dr. Gray authored a joint opinion that was provided to the court in response to the court order on April 29th of 2024.
Yes,
And your opinion was that Mr. Alissa was sane on the date of offense.
correct.
In that report, you did express the same concerns about a lack of information that you've expressed here today, but noted that there was no evidence to support insanity.
Yes,
Additional interviews for purposes of looking at sanity were conducted on June 10th and June 11th of 2024.
yes,
The last interview that you had with Mr. Alissa was on April 9th of 2024.
that's correct.
So we're talking about a time period 2 months after your last interactions with him.
Yes,
Those interviews were conducted by Dr. Janofsky,
yes,
and Dr. Janofsky does not work for the state hospital,
no,
does not work for the court,
no.
does not work for the prosecution.
Judge, objection, can we approach?
Yes, sir. I'm going to sustain the objection, and you are not to consider the last question asked or the answer. Those are stricken. And if you don't remember, that's even better.
So Dr. Torres, there were additional interviews conducted on June 9th and 10th of 2024. And those interviews were recorded as required by law.
Yes,
And you were provided with those recorded interviews and provided the opportunity to watch those recorded interviews.
I was.
Can you talk in general terms about what you saw in those interviews?
Generally, there were several of them. I saw that Mr. Alissa appeared slightly more engaged, even 2 months after our evaluation of him. And the information that he provided to Dr. Janofsky was pretty similar to the information that he provided Dr. Gray and myself. There were a few more details in terms of the information he provided to Dr. Janofsky, and he did address some of those areas that he had declined to speak with us with Dr. Janofsky.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Torres, I've handed you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 361 for identification. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a CD, and it has different interview clips of the interview conducted by Dr. Janofsky with Mr. Alissa,
How do you know that's what's on that CD?
because I watched it on Friday, or
And
this
did-
past Friday.
And did you do something to identify the CD?
I also signed it and dated it.
Those clips fairly inaccurately represent portions of the interview that you reviewed conducted by Dr. Janofsky.
They do.
Judge, I would move to admit 361.
Noting your objection.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Over objection, 361 is admitted.
So with respect to some of those areas, some of the areas that he refused to talk to you, but talked to Dr. Janofsky about were actually things associated with the time of the commission of the crime.
Yes.
So you were provided with more information in the areas that you originally had concern or pause based on a lack of evidence when you issued your first evaluation or your first opinion.
That's correct.
How did reviewing all of the interviews by Dr. Janofsky impact your opinion in this case?
If anything, it made me feel a little bit more confident that our opinion was more accurate in terms of saying that Mr. Alissa was sane at the time of the offense. Because seeing Mr. Alissa's responses to those questions that he ultimately did not speak to us about just made me see that we didn't miss anything. And I think that had been my ultimate concern, whether there might be something delusional or associated with the voices that would come in those various topic areas. But ultimately, Mr. Alissa's responses remained quite straightforward. So I didn't see anything further to indicate that he was insane at the time of the crime.
So provided with that additional evidence that you saw in the Dr. Janofsky interviews, it made you more confident in your opinion that he was sane at the time he committed the crime?
It does.
And specifically talking about a few of the things that he talked about with you and Dr. Janofsky, with respect to the voices, did he describe the voices similarly to Dr. Janofsky as he described them to you and Dr. Gray?
Yes.
He indicated that they just yell and there was never any words associated with the voices.
That's correct.
I want to play about a 10-minute clip from the interview. It's clip number 1, if I could have permission to publish, Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
where he talks about the voices.
Symptoms like symptoms except for You actually, this is even. So, I didn't put this as an option that you didn't mention it. Okay. Either. Sometimes I can answer last time. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Really, all we were said. It is still. You're still. If you're saying that it's more than no. In your case, and move down to your recommendations. I was always, I think she's either county or if it's not, can be pushed said. Can you try? I said, do you have any here? Let's say, here. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, anything else? Okay. Since you know the notes of shady. Okay. Okay, so hello. So sometimes it's better than you care. Okay. It was so yes. And how many days? Did you take this? Yes. That's what you're having because of the weapons. If you want to think about talking about smooth, that since there's challenges, obviously, it's fucking right because it's just keeping it quick. I asked for last one. So, yes. Okay. I don't want them to okay. Let's go. It's not. I'm sure this is all. It's very you wish it to try it out. Go to it. So sometimes it's very probably serious and so that you can see how it's and he would come. Okay. That room was less. So, okay. I don't think I've ever okay. There's a minutes. Two minutes. Yeah. Yeah. What's it? Never thought. What as a lot of people we saw so yes. What do you do? Just you know. Okay, what's wrong? Yeah. Okay. She mentioned that you have any others this is similar to this. Same process when you mean similar. So yeah, anything is the same as sales. Yeah, we have skipping themselves. Okay, of course, yeah. Yeah. And your experience. You're lost. You really have solid. Okay. Have a temper. Yeah, you went to TV. You know.
So Dr. Torres, at the beginning of that, in describing his symptoms, Mr. Alissa leaves out the voices until prompted by Dr. Janofsky. Did you make anything of that?
What I think of that is that I think in Mr. Alissa's case, he has a phenomenon, and this is often seen in people who do have psychosis and schizophrenia, of difficulty recognizing your own pathological state. I think he has poor insight or limited insight into his mental health symptoms, to the point where when he's asked quite directly, what are your mental health symptoms, it would cause him to not mention hearing voices.
So it's a function of his mental illness more than anything.
I think so.
What's a PRN?
A PRN is, it's an acronym. What it means is additional medication. You don't have to take it routinely the same time every day, but it's medication that you can take when you are having certain types of feelings or symptoms, much in the same way that we take Advil when we have a headache.
The series of questions about things going on in his head, whether he either had thoughts inserted or his own thoughts blocked or removed. Are those all questions kind of trying to get to that issue of whether he's capable of distinguishing right from wrong?
Those are typical questions that we ask in these sorts of interviews or in any mental health assessment of an individual who might be experiencing psychosis, because they're general themes that can happen. And sometimes when you ask these questions, it can elicit more information if the person is feeling like they are experiencing that specific type of psychotic symptom.
Consistent with all of the answers that he provided to you, none of those things were things that he had experienced.
Correct.
I had to use this clip because I wanted to ask you a little bit about Dr. Janofsky's interview techniques and his style of questioning. I think it's fair to say that he pushed the defendant pretty hard on the issue of what the voices sounded like, or words, or content of those messages. Did that pressure give you any pause or concern about the interviews?
I do think that, generally speaking, in reviewing the interviews Dr. Janofsky provided, he did push more than Dr. Gray and I did. I think sometimes that's good, and I think sometimes the information that is elicited should be taken with caution. And I say that because there are times, I didn't quite notice it in this clip per se, but there were times where he was pushing Mr. Alissa to provide a response, and I would say necessarily, and Mr. Alissa provides a response, but it's qualified. Like he says, maybe it was this, possibly it was this, probably I was thinking this. And those sorts of statements, from my perspective, I would take them more cautiously in terms of whether or not they hold a lot of weight, simply because Mr. Alissa is also an individual who, I believe, over the course of several evaluations, has tried to be cooperative, and he wants to give the evaluator a response, even though sometimes he says that he doesn't remember, doesn't know, or that things are difficult to speak about.
And in the clip we just watched, any pressure was somewhat benign on whether the voice is yelling and screaming. He could describe it as hey or oh or ah, like not significant in its impact on the interview or the analysis.
I agree. I think in this case, pushing was helpful just in terms of getting more detail about what the qualitative experience of the voice was.
In the next clip, he pushes pretty hard on why Boulder. And defendant, Mr. Alissa, says he doesn't know and he is not able to answer the question, but ultimately answers the question with one of those qualifiers of probably when he says voices. Is that an instance that you're talking about of pressuring and then getting a qualified answer, just being something that you should take caution in examining the reliability of that information?
I'd have to rewatch the clip to be absolutely sure that that was one of the instances. But that being said, I just think it's important to listen to how Mr. Alissa responds to the questions when he's pushed for follow-up information.
Judge, before we listen to that clip, it's about 10 minutes, and then I would want an opportunity to follow up. So if the court wants to take morning break now, we can, or if the court's willing to do it closer to 10:45, we could do that as well.
Will you believe you'll be done then?
I will not be done with this witness. I will be done with the next clip.
Why don't we go ahead and take the break now? And we'll resume at 10:45. Let me just remind you all of the admonition. Don't speak to anyone. Don't let anyone speak to you. Don't speak amongst yourselves. Don't do any research. Don't check the internet. Stay off your phone to the degree possible. And don't express or form an opinion. And we'll see you in about 15 minutes. All right, thank you.
All rise.
Yeah. Thank you. You can maybe seated if you like. Ready for the jury?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I think Mr. Cuffner's just in the restroom.
Okay, all right, thank you. See, I didn't go. Okay.
Just need a notepad. That's big.
Please be seated. Doctor, I'll just remind you, you're going under oath. Mr. Kuffner, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Torres, we were at the point where I was asking you about an interaction during Dr. Janowski's interview where he was asking the defendant about why King Soopers and why he selected the target that he did. And he initially says he doesn't know. And then after being asked again, has one of those qualified responses of the voice is probably decided. You indicated seeing that clip would help refresh your memory as to that particular exchange. And I'm going to play that clip now. It's clip number 2.
Could you do it as a try? Get a try with this. One first one. It's not your game. What's this one? I said I was. I took it one. Oh, my. I said it one. Okay. But you. Since spring. So, that is which I'm afraid that I'm sending. Essentially, like, or something very that's all. Actually. Okay. So the second was like, yeah. You said you were looking. No, I should have. You just. That's true about equity. What's that? I decided to consider. So, she might have. Okay, you said you were see what you so basically, no, the parents. They will I was going to so stay I was in promises instead. It was like, so that's what I'm going to explain. Okay. Yeah. We will see can you decide why the that was the voice of my head. Okay. So so I started with the guy. That was the bottom. I just explained how I was happens and it becomes that me. Outside, I just think I mean, I think it points a lot of places on that. Which is spot on issue. So they were from the just once I should just was to this. Okay. So I do that's never carrying on. I'm screaming. It's screaming. That's all. Okay. Yeah, as you remember, here. Yeah. So you're fine. I wish I'm getting Shoot, so it's something different. It's I don't know what I'm saying. How's everything did? If that's something you read on, sure be fine. I see it. Yeah. Should have seen the one just Can you tell me? Okay.
So Dr. Torres, at the beginning, it was kind of hard to hear, but at one point when asked about why King Soopers, why Boulder, why King Soopers, why Boulder, he said the voices probably decided.
Yes,
Is that one of those examples where he qualified an answer after being asked the same question multiple times?
that is my perception.
He also said, I guess the voices wanted a mass shooting. Would you say, I guess, is another qualifier like maybe or probably?
It is another qualifier, and that is something that he has consistently said across interviewers and interviews.
The information that you learned from this particular clip about him searching on his phone for events where there would be a lot of people to do a mass shooting, that was new information that he had not shared with you and Dr. Gray.
That's correct.
Talk about how that influenced or how it helped solidify your opinion.
In terms of those particular details, to me, that falls into the bucket or the prong associated with capacity to form culpable mental states, again, demonstrating some capacity to organize and plan and strategize.
When he talks about the thoughts coming into his head, thoughts coming into a person's head does not mean they're mentally ill or psychotic.
Not necessarily.
I mean, everybody has thoughts that come into their head, right?
Yes, this is true.
And it really is trying to distinguish the thoughts that are delusional and leading to the behavior versus just thoughts like everybody else gets and has to make a decision on, do I do this or do I not?
That's true.
In addition to the information we've just talked about, he provided significantly more information to Dr. Janofsky about the purchase of the weapons and the timing of the purchase of the 4 firearms that he had.
Yes,
And he detailed that. Consistent with what he told you, he told Dr. Janofsky he was purchasing the firearms to commit a mass shooting.
that's correct.
Same thing he told you and Dr. Gray.
Yes,
Again, something that goes to that capable of forming the culpable mental state part of the analysis.
yes.
He provided greater detail with respect to practicing with the firearms to Dr. Janofsky. Is that fair to say?
He did.
We could play clip number 3.
So, it's not gonna be like a shooting. It's not gonna be fast. Was I to say my shoe, my just like my shoe, so that's what things we can have.
The fact that he discloses to Dr. Janovsky that he was thinking about the mass shooting while practicing, and he was practicing to make sure his guns didn't jam during the mass shooting. How did those additional facts that you didn't have influence your opinion?
Those, again, fall into that capacity to form culpable mental state, just in terms of demonstrating some degree of judgment and reflection in terms of one's actions.
But that was additional new information that you didn't have available when you wrote your initial report.
That was an additional detail, yes.
We could move on to clip number 4.
So in my head, if you needed to perfect roles. Sure. People like that, and what's the difference? You know, it's just not figure. Too much. I can't see it. You know, it's that small, you know, it's small. It's Just to be okay. My silhouettes. With your insurance. Okay. So what do I got? So, yeah. So, you know, so that's and Jane. Make sure you cut in mind. Yeah. And sure. Didn't actually move on. Sure. Make you anxious. The boss. Yeah. So. It's on shooting. When you sort of stop, what do you do? Just go out. That's it. Yeah, it's not some years we never it's yeah, it's try to you know, even but it's really that you try to setting your things like that. You start saying that it's very sex and you know we can something like that. So you then so you make sure you try to do it something small and you set it out. That's That's it. To be more system because it wasn't interesting, but then we settled on it's actually so you so you parts in the next shape. Remember the thought. Do it. Okay. Tomorrow. It's just one of those things. I never when you said it, but I think you would answers. And in show, you know, yeah. And it's about shield or something. Yes, when you talk about how so it's just like to really watch the sound. So, do you think that? And do that. Yeah, you do. So, why do? I have to. So, what I have a thought coming here, and it was like this is my okay. I don't know this. Okay. And if you select some of these, check. Yes. So we kept moving. What about the last little I find my was like it couldn't. I said. So you'd be right. Yeah. Seems to be a bottom. Okay. Certain place to go. This. Last man. Very much so.
So Dr. Torres, I want to talk about a couple things from that clip. First, at the very beginning, he talks about buying what he thought was body armor online and the fact that he bought it because maybe he was going to be in a shootout with the cops.
Right.
Which prong does that go to in the analysis, the incapable of forming culpable mental state or right from wrong?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Explain.
A little bit of both in that, again, it demonstrates the capacity to plan and strategize, to carry through an action in a reasonably logical manner. And in terms of understanding right from wrong or distinguishing between right and wrong, it again leads to some sort of understanding that his actions in the future could result in police arriving and a potential shootout.
Moving on to the exchange, at the earlier exchange with respect to why he waited and why he waited months before he had like the gear to do it. Initially, he has his standard, I don't know, or responses along those lines. And then Dr. Janowski says, this is really important and explains to him how important it is. And then he has one of those qualified answers of, maybe I was getting the thoughts more frequently to commit the mass murder.
Correct.
Dr. Janowski follows up and says, were the voices getting better or worse? And he says the voices were getting worse. Would that be another one of those leading or pressuring exchanges potentially?
It could be.
With respect to his continued use of, I got thoughts to commit a mass shooting, can you speak to how that's different than delusions or something that would make him insane?
Yes. In terms of that statement, thoughts came into my head. The way Dr. Gray and I interpreted it was that this was Mr. Alissa's way of interpreting and making sense of the voices that he was hearing, or the voice that he was hearing. Essentially, individuals who experience hallucinations, no matter what the content of that hallucination is, just like everybody else in the world, when we are experiencing some sort of external stimulus, we make sense of it. And that's often what you see happen with people who are experiencing hallucinations. And that's what we believe was Mr. Alissa's experience. Now, the opposite situation would be someone who has what we call thought insertion. Thought insertion is when an individual with psychosis experiences the thoughts as though they weren't their own thoughts. And sometimes in a situation where somebody was insane at the time of the offense, those inserted thoughts that are not their own can be so overwhelming that the individual experiencing psychosis feels compelled to move along with those thoughts or to follow through with whatever those thoughts may be.
But in this case, there was no evidence. He always says, my thoughts, or I had the thoughts that came to my head.
Whenever we tried to clarify this with him, I feel like very consistently he would clarify that the thoughts were his own and that it wasn't the voices that were commanding him to do anything.
Is it fair to say that that's another one of those challenging areas because every action starts with a thought?
It is challenging, and all we can ultimately go with was what Mr. Alissa was explaining to us as it related to that piece of evidence.
But I mean, am I correct in assuming that for somebody who's not mentally ill or somebody who is mentally ill, whenever we take action as human beings, it is initiated by some thought in our head?
That's correct. And I would say that in our interviews with Mr. Alissa, there was another time in a completely different context where he uses this sort of language. And that was when we were asking him how he decided to start jujitsu. And he noted that it occurred in his adolescence. He was watching television. He saw something on television and the thought came to his head. He used the same sort of language, which is ultimately why Dr. Gray and I interpreted his use of that language here in a similar manner.
But even on a more basic level, if the thought comes into my head, I want a drink of water, that thought may generate the action of pouring water into my glass and drinking it. Like even something as basic as that always will start with a thought.
Yes.
And in this case, you had evidence like with the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu of other thoughts coming to him, just like they would anyone else, that he then acted on.
Yes.
And there was no evidence to support that these were thoughts to do a mass shooting that were being inserted or based on some delusion.
Correct.
Consistent with what he told you and Dr. Gray, he indicated that he knows murder is wrong at the time of the interview. And he also indicated that he knew murder was wrong at the time he did it.
Yes.
Again, that goes to the incapable of distinguishing right from wrong portion of the analysis.
It does.
Towards the very end, Dr. Janofsky's asking a series of questions about why didn't you do it in January? Why didn't you do it in February? And ultimately he responds, he was still practicing with his firearms and that he didn't have enough practice until March to do the mass shooting. Those were new facts that you didn't have before, correct?
Correct. I'm not even sure that we asked him. I'm not sure that we asked him specifically that question or in that manner why he didn't do it earlier.
The fact that his response on why he waited through January and February was that he didn't have enough practice and he was still practicing until he had enough practice in March. How does that weigh on your opinion?
That again speaks to a capacity to form culpable mental states, again, with some sort of judgment and reflection.
During your interviews with the defendant, he discussed, as you said earlier this morning on direct, that he had intended to die when he went into this situation. Did he describe with more detail his planning and then his surrender and the actions he took in conjunction with his surrender to Dr. Janofsky?
He does.
We could play clip 5.
Sure. So if you plan on shooting up, you surrender. So what you went to stop? You come back and do that. So when I'm going to speak about to some returns to start so on this level shooting. understand that. And it's taking off that one activity, it's making it easier for you to surrender. So it should be. So it's the best. And key. That's what it was. Sure. Two. Okay. 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 And then release. We should have that. Putting it down. So, well, you're right. I was sure. Should you know? This is all. Something is said. So everybody silent. Yes. Two of the
So Dr. Torres, starting with the plan to die, we talked about that being something that he expressed to you and Dr. Gray with respect to he planned to die, so he didn't go to jail.
Yes.
With respect to the surrender, what did you make of the additional details he provided about stripping off his clothing in order to surrender so he wouldn't be shot by the police?
That was additional information that he did not tell us about his reasoning or his thinking around that time. And I think in terms of at the time of the offense, again, it demonstrates capacity for planning, exercising judgment to some degree. Additionally, it does play a little bit into also distinguishing right from wrong in terms of understanding the impact that holding a weapon and having done what he had just done in approaching police, what sort of behavior that might elicit from police officers.
Because it is some evidence that he understood the police were there for him,
Yes.
and that police respond when somebody has committed a crime or done something wrong.
Yes.
And so when he surrendered, he's indicating his understanding that what he had just done was wrong.
Yes.
With respect to the very end where he talks about still having a few weeks prior to this interview in June of 2024, the thought to do a mass shooting, he has, at this point in June of 2024, been medicated and treated for years. And presumably his schizophrenia is under control at this point.
He's certainly more stabilized.
Do you make anything of the fact that when he's medicated and stabilized, he's still having the thoughts of doing a mass shooting? Does that indicate to you that this is his own thought or something that is generated from his mental disease or defect?
Let's say ultimately it's a little unclear. I'm not exactly sure what to make of that as it relates to his sanity. Individuals with schizophrenia, even when medicated, they can have what we call breakthrough symptoms, which just means they have symptoms even though they're taking medication. And everybody's response to medication is different when it comes to schizophrenia. So for some people, the medication will completely clear up hearing things like hallucinations. And for some people like Mr. Alissa, it doesn't completely clear it up in that he's consistently said that he continues to hear a voice or voices even throughout his hospitalization.
But your testimony has been that there was no evidence to support he was insane on the date of the offense.
Yes.
And therefore, this would have been something that he did acting on his own thoughts in committing this crime.
That has been our interpretation.
If we could move to clip number 7. Talking about the actual shooting and indicating to Dr. Janofsky that he didn't hear voices during the shooting, does that mean anything to your analysis?
I think in terms of that description, it makes sense to me that an individual who is experiencing hallucinations, when they start engaging in something that requires focus, much like this shooting did, that they would stop attending to the voices and therefore the voices would quote unquote go away. Even in terms of treatment with schizophrenia, it's one of the classic coping strategies that we teach to individuals in terms of distracting themselves with something else so that they attend to something different as opposed to attending to the hallucinations or the experiences that they're having in their head.
What about his, consistent with what he told yourself and Dr. Gray, description of his emotions during the shooting as experiencing an adrenaline rush, being hyped up, and that it was a pretty good feeling? Anything you make of that from a sanity standpoint? From a sanity perspective?
I don't know that that so much plays into the analysis of insanity. It was quite consistent with what he told us in terms of feeling anxious leading up to the event. I think the statement, that simple statement of feeling anxious leading up to an event, again, demonstrates some sort of ability to distinguish right from wrong, because we usually feel anxious if we know we're going to do something that we shouldn't be doing or in other situations. I don't make too much out of the adrenaline rush itself, simply because of the nature of the offense. I think it's quite natural that perhaps anybody in Mr. Alissa's experience might describe that what they were experiencing was adrenaline at that point in time.
And to be fair, that anxiety leading up to an event can be present even in things that are not wrong.
It can, yes.
For instance, somebody that is playing a sport leading up to a big game, they may have that anxiety, and then once the actual game starts, the anxiety goes away.
True.
That is possible in this case as well.
Yes.
We could, I want to move on to the detailed information he provided to Dr. Janofsky about the actual shooting itself, because that was the largest part, the way I understood your testimony and your report, of what was lacking for your consideration or where your greatest concern was. So I want to move on and talk about the details he provided to Dr. Janofsky about the incident itself.
Okay.
So I'm going to play clip 6, and then clip 8 will be ultimately a continuation, but we'll break it in the middle. So at this point, if we could play clip 6.
So we're starting to shoot. Yeah. What did they say? Case. Well, that's what you have that. So that's shoot that circumstance. I guess you might want shoot us. Shoot. You use that. So you get a shot. Do you remember? It was like it was similar. So the other shots, shot, like something, but then you were out there shot and you said, but when you show it, it's there. After that, they keep you.
That clip started a little bit with the anxiety on the drive up that we were talking about before, right?
Yes.
And then he talks about, in that clip, targeting with the red dot or the optic on his gun. Talk about that new fact that was provided.
That, in terms of sanity, again, speaks to, I think, capacity to form culpable mental states in terms of organizing yourself well enough to carry out some sort of act.
And in the past, he had refused in all of your interviews to talk about the actual shooting or the order of the victims or how he went about the mass shooting in all of your previous engagement with him.
That's correct.
But here he describes for the first time to Dr. Janofsky shooting the first victim in this case.
Yes.
The fact that he said he didn't have any feelings after taking that first life, what did that mean to you as a forensic psychologist?
In terms of Mr. Alissa's mental illness and how that has presented, that has been something that is quite consistent just across time in terms of what his family described before this incident, well before this incident, and also what we have seen well after this incident. So when I hear Mr. Alissa say things like he wasn't feeling anything, and I think he told Dr. Gray and myself that he felt blank once this was all over, to me, that's a symptom of his mental illness. And it's one of those negative symptoms, the diminished emotional capacity.
But it certainly doesn't make him insane at the time he committed this crime.
I don't think it makes him insane. It may have facilitated the actions to some extent.
Moving on to his description of the rest of the shooting, if we could play clip 8.
Sometimes really two people. Yeah, I'm wondering, trying to money away. But I'm just trying to. And then to the entrance. The entrance of the store. Yeah. Do you remember shooting? Yeah, I remember shooting. He was like, sure. And you go shoot another people. But okay, so now you shot him and you that's challenge stuff. Can you tell me what away? Can you show us some rates to sell that? A small shoot. Yeah. So we were. And you see someone who shows that I'm sure. So, yeah, probably the people that you kind of select, the people that you're so. Some people just bring me say there's some people sign up on the yeah, there's most of that. I saw that. What did you find? No. Oh, that's it. Was he wrong? He was standing. And he was in there. That's I mean, what did he do? But he yeah. And you okay. So I never did that. The only way to keep the and try to never said just said Yes, you have this, one of these shots. Which one was 70, was in the storm, so he shot them at one. So yes, I believe that was on the shot. So you don't want to leave this for you. So, which I the evidence for you, so we should have been investigation. Did you get the she would have
Dr. Torres, you've reviewed all the discovery in this case, and you're aware that there was an elderly gentleman that he pointed the rifle at and didn't fire.
Yes.
What do you make of him now describing that interaction without any additional detail, but acknowledging that he did point the rifle and not fire on one person he saw in the store?
It's a detail that, to me, at least suggests a good awareness of what was happening at the time of the offense.
And consistent with the evidence that you've reviewed in the file, that was an individual, the elderly man, Mr. Roeder, who didn't run or hide.
Correct.
And you've reviewed the video and you know that all of the people he shot were running or trying to hide.
Yes.
That distinction of the one person who was not running or trying to hide, him not firing on versus those who were running and hiding, as a forensic psychologist, what do you make of that?
I think several things could be inferred from that sort of behavior, and I'm not really sure what to make of it without more information from Mr. Alissa himself.
But it certainly speaks to his ability to be making decisions during this incident.
To some degree, yes.
What about the portion at the end where he talks about the police officer and his knowledge that it was a police officer when he shot him? The fact that he shot a police officer, does that go to his capacity or his ability to distinguish right from wrong, or more on that capable of forming the intent?
I don't know so much in terms of decision making, what goes into that for Mr. Alissa. I don't know that he ever says it. The way I take it from his description, an individual walked in, happened to be a police officer. He aimed and he shot. If anything, again, it speaks to more so capacity to form culpable mental state. I don't know if it really speaks to anything associated with distinguishing right from wrong, but it certainly, again, speaks to an awareness of what was going on at that time.
And with respect to his description of standing on the side, using the red dot to target the officer and shoot him in the head, that would certainly go to his ability to form the culpable mental states in this case.
I think it does point in that direction.
Describe your opinion with respect to Mr. Alissa's sanity on the date of this mass shooting after taking into consideration all of these additional facts that you got from Dr. Janofsky's interview.
As I mentioned earlier, it did increase my confidence associated with our ultimate opinion in this case. The reason for that is because when it came to the offense, Mr. Alissa did not provide us with a lot of these details. He told us he didn't want to talk about it. He also told us that he couldn't remember a good amount of it. And in reviewing these videos, it makes me realize, well, maybe he did remember more than what he told us at the time of our interview. But what strikes me when I see these videos and hear his responses is that there's nothing particularly delusional about them. There's nothing about voices associated with his actions, especially once the shooting begins. So it makes me feel like we didn't miss anything. Additionally, an interpretation that Dr. Gray and I had is that it is seen and common enough that individuals who are experiencing acute psychosis at a time of the offense can sometimes have a clouded memory for what was going on. And by the time they're undergoing a sanity evaluation, it is difficult for them to describe exactly what was going on at the time, because at the time of a sanity evaluation, they might be cleared up with medication and they're trying to explain something that is inherently irrational or something that we all experience. It's like trying to describe a strange dream that you had in terms of putting pieces together and making it make sense. So when I hear Mr. Alissa's responses on these videos, it just strikes me that it is quite straightforward and there is nothing in there that I can determine to be associated with the psychosis that he was otherwise experiencing.
So as a board certified forensic psychologist, your opinion in this case with respect to sanity is what?
That he was saying at the time of the offense.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Dr. Torres.
All right, thank you. We'll take our break for lunch now. It'll be an hour and a half. So we will resume at 1:20. Remind you of the admonition. You've been great, so thank you. You know what I would say. Just don't talk about it and don't form or express an opinion. Try to avoid anything to do with it. Don't do any research. Stay off the internet. And I'll see you at 1:20. Thank you. Good to bring the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, be seated. And Dr. Torres, I'll remind you once again, you remain under oath.
Dr. Torres, fair to say this is a challenging case for you to evaluate and assess sanity.
Yes.
This case is not simple.
No,
This would be a complex case for you to evaluate.
I agree.
I want to start by discussing Mr. Alissa's articulation, or really lack thereof articulation. Okay. Now, it's your opinion that Mr. Alissa very likely is unable to verbalize the entire depth of his psychosis.
I think that's quite possible, yes.
And resulting from that inability to verbalize or articulate, Mr. Alissa provided you very little information regarding his psychosis leading up to and at the time of the shooting.
He did.
So when you and Dr. Gray wrote in your report to the court that you were not confident in your opinion in this case, that is really the fundamental issue, the lack of articulation, right?
I'd say that there's two fundamental issues working in tandem.
And the lack of articulation would be one of those two.
Yes.
And fair to say then that Mr. Alissa's sort of failure to articulate his psychosis then was, again, a fundamental limitation you had in performing your evaluation.
It was. It limited the information that we had to consider when it came to his sanity at the time of the offense.
Okay. And you said one limitation. I promise we'll get to the other, okay?
Okay.
I want to just sort of help the jury understand and define sort of the time frame and number of contacts you had with Mr. Alissa.
Okay.
Okay. So In this case, you performed several court-ordered evaluations on Mr. Alissa.
I did.
In fact, and in total, you performed 9 court-order evaluations.
Yes, in total.
And in order to perform these several evaluations, you met with Mr. Alissa, I believe, a total of 16 times. Does that sound right?
12 times where we interviewed him, once where he refused to participate in the interview, but we still interacted with him for a little bit, and then once for psychological testing. So yes. Is that 14?
I think that's 14.
Yeah.
But I believe one of the prior evaluations, you actually met with Mr. Alissa twice. Does that sound right to you?
Yes. Yes.
So let's meet in the middle, 15
Okay.
times.
Yes.
Now, the last of these 9 evaluations performed, that's the evaluation where you were ordered by the court to opine on Mr. Alissa's sanity and mental condition at the time of the shooting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And of these numerous times that you met with Mr. Alissa, that happened over the course of several years, right?
Yes.
And you discussed this on direct examination, but just to be clear, on the court's order, your first evaluation of Mr. Alissa occurred in the fall of 2021, right?
That's correct.
And for that evaluation, you met with Mr. Alissa on September 21st of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. And that was the sole time you met with him in 2021, right?
Yes.
You ended up meeting with him 4 more times in 2022,
That's correct.
and then 6 times in 2023.
Yes.
Okay. And as we heard during direct examination, for the purposes of evaluating his sanity and mental condition at the time of the offense, you met with him 4 times between February and April of 2024.
I did.
Okay. And then we heard Dr. Gray testify about how you also performed psychological testing during that evaluation period, right?
Right.
So we're talking about over the course of roughly 2.5 years, you meeting with Mr. Alissa 15 different times, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, as part of the mental condition insanity evaluation, you reviewed Mr. Alissa's medication orders, right?
We did.
And not to say that you only did it for that evaluation, you had done that previously for the other court-ordered evaluations, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, those records reflected Mr. Alissa arriving at the state hospital in Pueblo in December of 2021, right?
Yes.
And since arriving at the state hospital, he began taking antipsychotic medication.
That's correct.
And based on your review of those records, over the months and years he's been at the hospital, there have been several adjustments to his medication regimen, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in March of 2023, he began taking clozapine, right?
Yes.
And clozapine is a generic form of the antipsychotic Clozaril. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, if I end up slipping up and using those terms interchangeably, we're talking about functionally the same antipsychotic medication, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So after he started taking clozapine in March of 2023, that's when you started seeing improvements in his symptomology during your meetings with him.
We saw more significant improvement following the clozapine. We had seen some improvement when he started taking antipsychotic medications in general, but it was limited.
And again, for purposes of those prior meetings, that limitation that you saw wasn't significant enough for you to sort of have the progress that you needed to ultimately perform your sanity evaluation, correct?
Yes.
Now, when we talk about sort of seeing those more significant improvements with clozapine, you touched on some of those, but I just want to make sure that, we kind of understand what those entail, right?
Sure.
So you talked about seeing improvements in engagement.
Yes.
Now, that's in opposition sort of to this idea of Mr. Alissa being withdrawn, correct?
If you take it at the extremes, yes. And if I may, we saw increased engagement in terms of going to more treatment groups, engaging more with his treatment staff, spontaneously offering information, taking care of his hygiene. And even though we saw improvements, he continued to still have some difficulties with prolonged conversation or interviews.
And again, we're not talking about just because he started taking this stronger antipsychotic, this clozapine in March 2023, that those improvements were necessarily immediate, right?
They weren't immediate.
It takes time to see the improvements that antipsychotic medication can give an individual.
It does.
And again, you said there were improvements, but that didn't mean that the symptoms just completely sort of washed away for Mr. Alissa, right?
Correct.
But only after taking this clozapine and being on this medication regimen then for some time, were you able to complete your sanity and mental condition evaluation in this case, right?
Yes.
So again, you met with Mr. Alissa for the first time February 6th of 2024 for this evaluation, right?
Yes.
So we're talking almost taking 11 months after him starting this strong antipsychotic for him to be able to participate in this evaluation.
Yes.
So I want to sort of rewind our clock a little bit here and talk about the observations you made when you were performing the first court-ordered evaluation that you participated in.
Okay.
So we're talking back in September of 2021.
Okay.
Right? And I believe you testified on direct examination. You met with Mr. Alissa for 2 hours.
We did.
That seems like a really long meeting.
It was.
And again, this is your first time meeting Mr. Alissa, correct?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation is making clinical observations of the patient that you're evaluating, right?
Yes.
And some of those observations you made were that there were times when Mr. Alissa would stare at you and your partnered evaluator sort of with this intensity and this wide-eyedness, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at other times, you observe Mr. Alissa making sort of darting glances around the room that you were in, right?
That did occur, yes.
He also appeared, to your observation, to be distracted, throughout your meeting with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And you also noted that he appeared uneasy during
Yes.
the evaluation. And then you use a term that's, I think, more of a clinician's term, which is he appeared internally focused.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And, you know, when I think a layperson hears internally focused, that might not be clear. So could you just illustrate for the jury what you mean by using that term?
Yeah. Internally focused. It means that he appears and shows behaviors, what we call signs when it's not from self-report, but just we're observing someone, as though there is something going on for that person that we can't experience ourselves. So internally focused is suggestive that the person may be actively hearing hallucinations at that point in time.
So you make all of these observations during this initial 2-hour meeting with Mr. Alissa, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And overall, his presentation appeared consistent with individuals who are experiencing active hallucinations.
Yes.
And in basic terms, when we talk about hallucinations, we're saying this is someone experiencing, hearing or seeing things that in reality are not there.
Correct.
You talked about this as well. So as part of your evaluative process, you review a bunch of what we call collateral materials, right?
Right.
And that included, in this case, interviews with members of Mr. Alissa's family.
Yes.
And what you learned is that prior to the shooting, Mr. Alissa lived at his family home in Arvada.
That's correct.
He lived with his mother and father.
Yes,
He lived with several siblings.
yes,
Okay. And we'll hear from some of those family members throughout this trial. But it's fair to say that the reports from these family members is that they were making observations of Mr. Alissa that were consistent with him experiencing hallucinations.
yes. Even if they weren't sure that that's what was happening, the descriptions that they give are similar things that we would observe in someone experiencing hallucinations.
And again, you know that his family members, none of them are psychologists, correct?
Correct.
None of them are mental health experts, so to speak, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So they were seeing things like Mr. Alissa, for example, sitting in the corner and sometimes laughing to himself, right?
Right.
Or sitting in that same corner and sometimes talking to himself. Right?
Yes.
But again, they're not experts, so they weren't saying that's schizophrenia. They were just making these observations over time, right?
Yes.
So this is all this is what his family members are saying that they observed of Mr. Alissa prior to him committing this mass shooting, right?
That's correct.
And during your evaluation with Mr. Alissa, you asked Mr. Alissa why he bought guns prior to the shooting, right?
Why you brought guns?
Why he bought guns.
Yes, we did.
And Mr. Alissa responded, the voices.
Yes.
You asked Mr. Alissa why he followed through and then committed this mass shooting during your evaluation as well, right?
Yes.
And he also responded, the voices.
Yes.
Now, we heard on an exhibit earlier in trial through Dr. Gray that at one point he even said killing voices, right?
I think he did use that term, yes.
Now, you also inquired of Mr. Alissa during your interview with him about the day of the shooting, right?
Yes.
And when asked, Mr. Alissa explained that he heard voices the day of the shooting, right?
He did, yes.
And of course, there was follow-up to that. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, sorry, I know you nodded, but I wanted to make sure the court reporter was able to document that.
Yes.
And upon sort of this follow-up, he described these voices as yelling voices, right?
Correct.
And like we've heard other testimony about, this is kind of consistent over time and with your experience in Mr. Alissa, right?
Yes.
He describes hearing these yelling voices in his head, right?
Yes.
And he indicated that that day, he heard those yelling voices while driving to King Soopers, right?
That's what he said, yes.
And he even described, when asked, why did you drive into the parking lot? He said, the voices, right?
Correct.
So Mr. Alissa describes on March 22nd, 2021, hearing voices, specifically yelling voices, right?
Yes.
That he heard those driving to King Soopers, right?
Yes.
And that even in the parking lot, he heard those voices, right?
Yes.
So as parts of your sort of court-ordered responsibilities, you're required to attempt diagnosis if you believe someone is suffering from a mental illness, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you've done that in this case, right?
I have.
Now, in that diagnosis, it's fair to say that your opinion is that Mr. Alissa suffers from a chronic psychotic disorder, namely schizophrenia.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your diagnostic opinion, that is an opinion that you are very confident in, correct, doctor?
Yes, I do feel confident in that.
And we've talked about this. One of the things that you kind of look for is not only the documentation, but sort of observing that over time, context, person, all those sort of factors, right?
Right.
And in diagnosing a patient with schizophrenia, you are looking for signs of several symptoms over a prolonged period of time, correct?
That's correct.
And in Mr. Alissa's case, you have really documentation beginning early 2019, all the way through your evaluations with him, showing this sort of consistent constellation of symptoms that he presents with, right?
Yeah, and speaking to family, their earliest estimated account would have been late 2018, but definitely 2019 in terms of the things that they were observing that is consistent with a diagnosis of schizophrenia.
And going back to sort of what his family observed, because really what we're talking about there is the time period before the shooting occurred, right?
Yes,
Prior to the shooting, we know that Mr. Alissa's schizophrenia was untreated.
correct.
We know that he did not see a doctor for schizophrenia.
He did not.
We know that he did not receive therapy for schizophrenia.
Correct.
We know that he was not taking any form of medication for schizophrenia.
That's right.
And he exhibited multiple characteristic symptoms of schizophrenia.
Yes.
And I think, like you just said, really from late 2018, roughly early 2019, all the way up until that day of in the parking lot, he's exhibiting multiple characteristic symptoms of schizophrenia for that prolonged period of time.
That's correct.
So to summarize, the evidence in this case then shows that Mr. Alissa had a serious form of schizophrenia for several years prior to the shooting.
Yes.
And it's your opinion that at the time of the shooting, he was in the throes and in the midst of a psychotic episode.
Correct.
I want to ask you a few questions about psychosis and the presentation of that, okay?
Okay.
So, doctor, can you have a severe form of schizophrenia like we know Mr. Alissa does and not display symptoms every minute of the day?
Yes, that can happen. Individuals with schizophrenia, even when they are in the throes of an acute psychotic episode, their symptoms can, what we say, wax and wane. So they can get worse or more obvious. They can diminish and be more subtle. And a lot of people who are hearing hallucinations don't hear them every single second or every single minute of the day, but they will hear them throughout the course of the day. So symptoms can come and go in the throes of psychosis.
Can you have a severe form of schizophrenia like Mr. Alissa does and still have a job and go to work?
It is possible. That would depend upon the particular person's level of functioning. So people who were very seriously mentally ill and not functioning could not hold a job. They probably couldn't even hold a conversation. But everything is on a spectrum, and there are some people who are experiencing psychotic symptoms but can go to work and organize themselves in that manner.
And can you be in the midst of a psychotic episode like Mr. Alissa was and not necessarily display symptoms every minute of the day?
That's correct.
And with Mr. Alissa, we know that one of the primary features of his schizophrenia is sort of this basket umbrella term of having negative symptoms, right?
Yeah.
And again, just to remind the jury, when we talk about negative symptoms, in general, we're talking about the absence of things like emotion, speech, sort of things that the average person without schizophrenia possesses, right?
That's correct.
And with Mr. Alissa's schizophrenia, again, we know he wasn't talking very much, right?
Correct.
We know that he was isolating and keeping to himself, right?
Yes.
And just based on sort of those basic facts, that would sometimes make it harder for the layperson to observe these psychotic features that he was presenting with, right?
Yes.
Doctor, I have a few questions for you about this idea of feigning, okay?
Okay.
So when I use that term, feigning of symptoms, it's essentially what we would consider the exaggeration of symptoms.
Correct.
Now, in your opinion, Mr. Alissa, he does not feign his symptoms.
It has never been our opinion that he's feigned any of his symptoms.
And in fact, in your mind, there's a more distinct possibility that he underreports his symptoms.
I think that's certainly possible.
Now, on direct examination, there was questions regarding sort of this idea of volitional versus symptomatic non-responsiveness or failure to verbalize.
Sure.
Right.
Yes.
And like we've talked about, there's been sort of this observation of period over Mr. Alissa from, at a minimum, the time of the shooting to when you evaluated him, correct?
Correct.
And like you talked about at the state hospital, he's under observation by medical professionals who are trained to look for sort of signs of feigning of symptoms, right?
Yes, they do that, especially if they have concerns about feigning.
And when you assess Mr. Alissa over setting, context, and people, his interactions are consistent. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And they're consistent in that poverty of speech, isolation, that's remained consistent during this observation period, so to speak, right?
Correct. He's presented similarly, and also the way he has reported his symptoms has been quite consistent.
I want to talk about sort of feigning with this idea of an impaired memory, okay?
Okay.
So in April 2023, as part of one of those prior court-ordered evaluations, you performed the TOMM test, the TOM test.
Yes,
Okay. And that's a psychological test, correct?
it is.
Okay. And you did that because in interviewing Mr. Alissa and speaking to his treatment team and reviewing records, you were only getting so far.
Yes.
And this TOM test is in part a test to distinguish between true or exaggerated memory impairments, right?
That's correct.
Essentially, this TOM test is trying to see, did this person really not remember, or are they just exaggerating it?
And to be clear, when it comes to that issue of not remembering, it's more so the ability to learn new information. The TOM test does not assess whether somebody has an accurate or no memory for an event that occurred in the past.
And we'll talk about that too, okay?
Okay.
And the results, though, of the TOM test supports the conclusion that Mr. Alissa, he wasn't feigning or exaggerating memory impairment.
That's correct.
During your evaluations, Mr. Alissa made statements that a rational person might consider contrary to his interests.
Yes.
He consistently denied having paranoid thinking, for example, prior to the shooting.
Correct.
However, you know from the collateral evidence, the interviews with his family, that he was exhibiting paranoid delusional thinking, right?
That they observed behaviors suggestive of paranoid thinking.
He told his family members he was being followed, right? His family members would be there and they would look and no one was following them.
Correct.
He believed the FBI was monitoring him through his electronics, right?
That's what he said, yes.
he did things like tape over the cameras on his electronics because of that belief, right?
That's what the family says.
And he believed that the FBI was also part of this tracking or following of him, right?
I think so, according to what the family says.
And again, based on that collateral information, there was no evidence that in fact any of that was occurring, right?
That's correct.
And you would ask him during these evaluations questions designed to connect his behavior and actions to his severe form of schizophrenia, right? Okay. And he would often give responses of, I don't know, or I'm not sure. In short, he would say he didn't know how to explain these things, right?
At one point, he did say that he didn't know how to explain the experience of the voices or what was going on at the time.
At one point, he even said his mind was all over the place.
Yes.
And again, when you would ask him things like, why did he buy guns? Why did he decide to commit a mass shooting? Why did he drive to King Supers in Boulder? He would say the voices,
Yes.
but he wouldn't articulate what the voices said.
He always said that they didn't say words.
He had explained that it would be yelling, right?
Yes.
Now, taking this information together, does that suggest to you that Mr. Alissa had a disorganized thought process at the time of the shooting that left him even confused about what happened?
We think, or we consider, that that could be possible in that for someone who has limited insight into their mental health symptoms and limited ability to even describe exactly what was going on, it is possible that that person could have clouded judgment and thinking at the time of the offense. And in addition to that, oftentimes when we were interviewing him and we tried to clarify the issue of the voices, he would often still make that distinction of he heard the voices and then it was the thought that came to his head.
Now, earlier during my examination, you talked about sort of two fundamental limitations you had.
Yes.
And I think you just touched on the second one, right?
Yes, I did.
That second fundamental limitation in your evaluation was, in your opinion, Mr. Alissa lacks and has limited insight into his thinking at the time of the shooting.
I think into his mental health symptoms in general, but that would impact his ability to really be able to describe maybe the extent of what was going on with him at the time of the shooting.
So I just want to try to ask a few questions to break that down.
Okay.
Because I think what we're talking about is a really complex, nuanced sort of thought or concept,
Okay.
right? So you're doing this evaluation for mental condition at the time of the offense, correct?
Yes.
And what you're doing is interviewing the patient and asking them what their thought process was at the time of the offense, right?
Yes.
Now, your opinion is that Mr. Alissa lacks insight into his thinking at the time of the offense, correct?
At the time of the offense, but his mental health symptoms in general, even the last time that we evaluated him, which would have been in April, I still think he has limited insight into his own mental health symptoms.
Because even something that's externally validated, like his paranoid thinking, he continued to deny throughout the entire evaluative process that you had, right?
Correct.
So that's just sort of a simple illustration of sort of that lack of insight into, one, his mental illnesses and the symptoms at the time of the offense, right?
It could be. I mean, that's one way of interpreting it and thinking about it.
Well, and we heard Dr. Gray testify that one of the hypotheses that you examined with him was this possibility of him not wanting to seem crazy, so to speak.
That's another way to potentially interpret it.
Now, fair to say that if you're an individual undergoing a mental condition insanity evaluation, understanding that you're on trial for murdering 10 people. That's what the government is charging you with. It seems counterintuitive to want to present as not crazy.
You would think that if that is what was going on.
So again, going back to your review of the collateral information in this case, okay? You see evidence of Mr. Alissa having a constellation of psychotic symptoms prior to and the time of the shooting, right?
Yes,
There's strong evidence of his negative symptomology, right?
correct.
Poverty of speech, social withdrawal,
Yes,
evidence of diminished, reduced emotional expression,
yes.
evidence of disorganized thinking.
We don't have clear indication of specifically disorganized thinking. It could be there. I just don't know that we have the evidence to say that it absolutely was there,
And part of the limitation there is the poverty of speech that we talked about, right?
potentially.
There's evidence of him having paranoia.
According to the family, yes.
And there's evidence of him experiencing hallucinations.
Yes, according to the family.
And on the day of the shooting, based on your review, his presentation is consistent with him experiencing this constellation of symptoms that was untreated.
Yes,
Now, when I asked you about meeting with Mr. Alissa 15 times over 2.5 years, right? I'm correct in stating that not every one of those meetings was recorded.
that's correct.
Only the meetings pertaining to the mental condition and sanity evaluation were recorded.
Yes,
The other court-ordered evaluations were not.
correct.
And only these meetings pertaining to the mental condition and insanity evaluations are the ones that the law requires be recorded, right?
That's correct.
Doctor, do you think you would have been able to do a better evaluation of Mr. Alissa without having met with him?
I have thought about how that could have impacted things, given the number of times that I had met with him in the past. I thought that,
Well, let me ask you a more precise question, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
it's okay.
Do you believe it's important for an evaluator doing a mental condition and sanity evaluation to have met with the person that they're evaluating?
In general, in order to form an opinion?
Yes.
Yes,
And would you agree for you to perform your evaluation that despite the limitations you've already testified to, that it was important to meet with Mr. Alissa?
yes,
So like we began with, this is a complex case,
correct.
but you were able to make some straightforward conclusions.
Yes,
For years prior to the shooting, Mr. Alissa was suffering from untreated schizophrenia.
yes,
And at the time of the shooting, that schizophrenia remained untreated.
correct.
Mr. Alissa's poverty of speech, paired with his other negative symptoms, was one of the fundamental limitations of your evaluation, right?
Yes,
The other fundamental limitation, in your opinion, is his lack of insight into his mental illness symptoms at the time of the shooting.
and at the time of the evaluation.
Essentially, Mr. Alissa not appreciating and lacking insight into the full depth of his illness.
Correct.
And but for the untreated severe form of Mr. Alyssa's schizophrenia and the symptoms resulting from that, it's your opinion that this shooting does not happen.
Given the significance that he seems to place simply on the voices, even with our inability to connect how those voices impact issues associated with sanity, we do think that the voices played some sort of role in terms of this event. And as such, we do think that but for the mental illness, this likely would not have happened.
And to put it another way, during your meetings with Mr. Alissa describes the voices being the influence on him committing this mass shooting.
Yes.
Dr. Torres, Colorado law, it requires that when you do these sort of evaluations, that you state an opinion as part of your mental condition insanity evaluation, right?
Correct.
And you already testified to this. In this case, your conclusions has limitations, right?
Yes,
This is a complex, difficult case to evaluate.
it was.
And your professional preference would be that the jury not be bound by your opinion, but that they reach their own individual decision in deciding this case, right?
That's correct, because the jury gets to view all of the evidence. And in short, my opinion is another piece of evidence to be weighed.
And again, in your opinion, that's all it is just another piece of evidence, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Torres.
Mr. Kuffner.
Dr. Torres, your opinion is significant in that you're a board certified forensic psychologist,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
but you have more training and experience than anyone else in this courtroom.
Judge, objection, Bolster.
Judge, this is directly responsive to the questions he just asked.
Overruled.
You have more training and experience in this particular field of forensic psychology than anybody else in this courtroom.
That is quite likely.
No other board certified forensic psychologist here.
I'm not sure that I know everybody's history in this courtroom, but I can make an assumption that that is unlikely.
So to say that your opinion is just another piece of evidence, it certainly is a piece that relies on all of your training and experience.
It does.
Judge, objection. Making the province of the fact finding.
It does.
With respect to having to interview the defendant in order to opine on sanity, in this particular case, I believe that you and Dr. Gray had 6 hours of interviews. Is that about correct?
That is about correct.
And then there were a significant number of additional hours based on Dr. Janofsky's interviews as well.
That's correct.
Best practice may be for you to personally sit down and interview a defendant. Is that fair to say?
That is optimal.
But certainly, if interviews are well conducted and the questions that need to be asked are asked based on a semi-structured interview technique, certainly an expert can render an opinion in watching a thorough and complete 6-hour interview.
I'd say the interview is quite helpful, but so is the collateral information in any given case that you have.
So if a person were to look at all of the collateral information in a case, as well as to watch 6 hours of interviews, they would be able to opine with respect to an individual sanity.
I think that we can give a pretty good opinion based off of all of the information that we gathered.
So even if you hadn't interviewed the defendant, if you had watched the 6 hours of interviews and they were just done by Dr. Gray, you would have been able to reach a conclusion and have an opinion.
I think that's likely to be the case. I think the exception would be if I noticed that there were areas that were not approached or talked about in the course of the interview itself.
Perhaps like some of those areas that were of concern to you that the defendant refused to talk about during your 6 hours of interviews.
Yes,
Providing more detail to Dr. Janofsky, making you more confident in your opinion that he was sane on the date of the offense.
that's correct.
You, multiple times in response to Mr. Dunn's questions about paranoia and delusions, you said, that is what the family says. And in saying that, you're indicating that at no point in time did Mr. Alissa corroborate or confirm that those were actually things that he experienced or happened.
As it relates to the paranoia, that's correct.
Is that why you qualified your responses with that is what the family says?
Yes.
Mr. Dunn talked about the fact that the schizophrenia was untreated before the offense, perhaps as far back as late 2018.
Yes.
I think we're clear, but schizophrenia does not make somebody insane, correct?
That's correct.
And even with Mr. Alissa suffering from a severe form of schizophrenia, that doesn't make him insane.
No, necessarily the symptoms would have to somehow be tied to those two components of sanity that we've reviewed.
So the severity of any mental illness doesn't necessarily do anything with respect to the insanity determination.
Objection. That's a misstatement of the law.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
The severity of the mental illness doesn't necessarily impact whether somebody is sane or insane at the time they commit a crime.
Correct.
Mr. Dunn talked about a number of statements that the defendant made where he responded the voices or something similar. One of those statements was in response to why he bought the gun, he told you the voices.
Yes.
Isn't it true that he also said he bought the guns to commit a mass shooting?
He did.
And with respect to why he came to Boulder and why he drove to Boulder that day, in addition to points in the interview saying the voices, he also said to commit a mass shooting.
Correct.
Consistently throughout your interviews and Dr. Janofsky's interviews that you watched, he never said that the voices used any words.
Correct.
Voices never commanded him to do anything.
That's right.
In talking about the voices, at one point in time, he discussed hearing the voices while he was at work. Do you recall that discussion?
Not exactly off of the top of my head.
Well, wouldn't it be fair to say that at one point he said he did hear the voices while he was at work?
Okay, I'm recalling this now. Yes, I recall this.
And what did he say he would do when he would hear the voices at work?
His strategy was just to ignore the voices, and he tended to indicate that the voices themselves would eventually just go away.
He, in fact, said that he would just keep working and they would go away.
Yeah.
Dr. Torres, what kind of clothing do they provide at the state hospital?
They can provide.
Objection, scope.
It is outside the scope of Mr. Dunn's cross-examination sustained.
Mr. Dunn talked a lot about schizophrenia. Can you give us an idea how many people in the world suffer from schizophrenia?
I do not have a number for how many people suffer from schizophrenia, but our Diagnostic and Statistical Manual does indicate that it is less than 1% of individuals who experience schizophrenia.
If the World Health Organization said 24 million people in the world had schizophrenia, would you think that to be accurate?
401, 403.
Sustained.
In reaching your opinion in a case like this, with respect to an individual sanity, must you base your opinion on facts and evidence?
Yes,
And in reaching your opinion, you are not allowed to speculate.
that's correct.
You are not allowed to imagine facts that aren't actually present.
That's correct.
In this case, in your original report, you indicated there was no evidence to support the defendant was insane on the date of this offense.
That's correct.
And after reviewing Dr. Janofsky's interviews, your opinion is what here today? with respect to his sanity.
That Mr. Alissa was sane at the time of the offense.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you. May she be released from the subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you. You are excused and also released.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, people rest. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a break. This point in the trial, so I'm going to have you taken into the jury room and we'll see you in just a little bit. Thank you. Come talk about the case. Don't form an opinion, don't express an opinion. Thanks to Brian. Don't do any research on anything related. Thank you. All right, thank you. Please be seated. People have rested. Ms. Harold or Mr. Dunn?
Judge, at this time, the defense would move for judgment of acquittal on counts 1 through 55, all the substantive counts. Pursuant to Rule 29, subsection A, the court on motion of the defendant or its own motion shall order the entry of a judgment of acquittal of one or more offenses charged in the information or complaint on either side if the evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction of such offense or offenses. This is supported by the United States Supreme Court case Henry Winship 397 US 358, a 1970 case, which makes clear that the due process clause of the United States Constitution prohibits the criminal conviction of any person except on proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Further, this is supported more recently in People v. Beatty, 80 P3D 847, a Colorado appellate court from 2003, and asked the court to perform the substantial evidence test. And then it lists the 5 well-established principles the court needs to use in its analysis. Based on the testimony that we've heard, we're asking the court to grant our motion for acquittal under the United States and Colorado constitutions.
Thank you. Would you wish to respond?
Your Honor, just very briefly, as the court is aware, the court's required to view the evidence in the light most favorable to the people. I'm prepared to rest on the record, Your Honor, unless you have a particular question or concern about one of the counts. I do believe all the counts have been made out and should be presented to the jury.
All right, thank you. The court must examine whether the relevant evidence, both direct and circumstantial, when viewed as a whole and in the light most favorable to the prosecution, is substantial and sufficient to support a conclusion by a reasonable mind that the defendant is guilty of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. I took pretty copious notes as to each charge when that evidence was presented, the evidence in support of each of the named victims of both attempt homicide as well as victims of homicide, first-degree assault, and the large capacity counts. And I will find that the people have met their burden, so the motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. And let's bring those folks back in and get started. Do you want me to advise your client now and check back in later?
I think we can start the testimony and maybe do it at the end of the day, if that's okay with
That's
the
fine.
court. We do have our witnesses here and ready to start.
Okay,
I just need a minute to get some stuff set up.
Sure.
That's okay, Judge.
That's fine.
And then you- great.
okay.
right in front of me. Yes, we're ready to.
Okay, we'll bring the jury in. Yep. Rise for the jury, please. All right, please be seated. Ms. Harold?
Your Honor, the defense calls Dr. Harish Palai to the stand.
Good afternoon, doctor. If you'll just make your way around to your left here. And then just continue on to your left and I'll swear you in before you have a seat. Thank you. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Dr. Palai. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Good afternoon. Harish Palai, Pillai.
And are you currently employed as a psychiatrist at the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo?
Yes.
Do we sometimes refer to that as the state hospital or CMHIP?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been a psychiatrist at the state hospital?
I've been working as a psychiatrist at the state hospital for about 3 years.
Okay. And while working as a psychiatrist at the state hospital, have you worked directly with Mr. Alissa?
Yes.
Okay. And since when have you been working with Mr. Alissa?
I initially began working with Mr. Alissa in December of 2021. That was when he was first admitted to the hospital, and I acted as his primary psychiatric provider at that time.
Okay. And can you briefly describe to the jury what it means to be his psychiatric provider?
Yes. That means that I essentially worked treating Mr. Alissa, diagnosing him. I worked with the treatment team at the hospital to manage his symptoms, and they also prescribed medications.
We've heard from a number of different doctors over the last couple of days who've been talking about working with Mr. Alissa through a forensic perspective. Sounds like what you're telling the jury is you had a very different perspective with your work with Mr. Alissa and working with him clinically. Is that correct?
Yes,
So Mr. Alissa was your patient.
that's correct.
Okay. I want you to tell the jury a little bit about your background prior to becoming a psychiatrist at the state hospital. Tell us about your medical education.
So I completed my medical school training at Texas A&M University. Following that, I went to Boston, Massachusetts, where I completed my general psychiatry residency at Tufts Medical Center. I moved to Colorado after I graduated from that program and began working at the state hospital immediately. In the past 3 years, I've also completed a forensic psychiatry fellowship program at the University of Colorado.
Okay. Do you have other professional experience prior to working at the state hospital?
I would do some weekend rounding at various hospitals in Massachusetts and here in the Denver area as well. But the state hospital was my first full-time job after residency training.
Okay. Do you have any licensures or certificates?
I'm licensed as a physician in the state of Colorado, and I am board certified currently in general adult psychiatry and forensic psychiatry as well.
Can you tell the jury about any memberships or associations that you belong to?
I'm currently a general member of the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law, which is the national forensic psychiatry organization.
Okay. Do you have any academic appointments?
I'm a senior instructor with the University of Colorado School of Medicine, and I currently do work with the Forensic Psychiatry Fellows.
Have you been qualified as an expert before?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move to qualify Dr. Palai as an expert in general and forensic psychiatry.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, he'll be qualified in those two fields.
So just a general question to ask you, Dr. Palai. Tell the jury kind of what your day-to-day work is at CMHIP as a psychiatrist.
So in my current role, my day-to-day work involves supervising nurse practitioners on the various units at the state hospital. At this time, I'm supervising 6 nurse practitioners, and my role is to help them with treatment of patients. I provide consultation for more difficult cases, diagnostic clarification. I also do a lot of work with court-ordered medications and assessing patients to see if they need court-ordered medications.
And did you have a different role prior to this role as a supervisor?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury?
When I first began working at the state hospital, I worked as a general psychiatrist on the unit, meaning I would have my own census of patients that I would meet with on a daily basis. And that was more consistent with a regular inpatient psychiatry job where I would see patients daily and make treatment recommendations.
Okay. So you told us that you first met Mr. Alissa in December of 2021,
That's correct.
and you were his treating physician at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Have you formally diagnosed Mr. Alissa with a mental illness?
Yes.
And what is that diagnosis?
Schizophrenia.
And can you just share with the jury briefly about how schizophrenia develops?
Well, schizophrenia is a chronic psychotic illness. It is rare in the general population, and there is no cure at this time. The best we can do is manage the symptoms of schizophrenia with antipsychotic treatment. The age of onset for schizophrenia generally tends to be in the late teens to early 20s. And the textbook example that we are trained with when discussing schizophrenia and how it begins involves maybe an individual that first went off to college. This person may have had a normal life for the most part, but towards the end of their high school years, family may have noticed a change in their behavior. This could be more isolated behavior to their room, not maintaining friendships or relationships as well, having poor grades in school, and maybe not even engaging in recreational activities as they used to. When this happens, it's very hard for families to know what to make of it. They may attribute it to social angst or some other issues going on in their lives, but this is actually what's known as a prodrome. And this is a common type of symptom seen in schizophrenia. This prodrome will develop when a major stressor is faced by the individual. And in this example, it would be going off to college and being away from family support. When this happens, these types of symptoms continue to worsen. And then we also get the development or the recognition of the more common symptoms we see in schizophrenia, like hallucinations or delusions and paranoia. Ultimately, all of this ends up with the psychiatric hospitalization. And this is often when the diagnosis of schizophrenia is first made in a patient. Prior to this, looking back from that point of view, it's easy to see the signs and how things changed to lead to this. But this is what's called a first break episode or a first episode of psychosis. And so it's not something that happens suddenly and unexpectedly. There's actually a prodrome and a worsening development of the different symptoms.
So would you agree that you mentioned, like, looking back, it's quite obvious that these were symptoms of schizophrenia, but as a family is observing an individual having some of this symptomology, the isolation, and it moving forward through having maybe paranoia or psychotic symptoms, that they just may not be able to put the dots together at that time?
That's correct.
Particularly if they have no real experience with mental illness?
Yes.
Are there any factors that can exacerbate symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Can you share those with the jury?
In clinical practice, the most common factor that exacerbates symptoms is medication noncompliance, meaning the patient will stop taking medication for various reasons. Other factors that can exacerbate the symptoms of schizophrenia include things like substance use, which is something we see, and also exposure to various stressors.
When you say exposure to various stressors, what do you mean by that?
By stressor is kind of, the term stressor is self-explanatory. It's anything that causes stress in your life. When someone develops schizophrenia, we like to think of them as having a more fragile mind or brain, meaning they're much more sensitive to stressors that they may have otherwise been able to handle better before the symptoms developed. So stressors can be anything from fights with family members to, like in my previous example, going off to a new environment and having a lack of support there and having new tasks to complete. So that's, in a general sense, that's what I mean by stressors.
Okay. And could work be enough of a stressor for somebody?
Yes, stressors at work could exacerbate symptoms of schizophrenia.
What about family pressure of expectations?
Yes.
Okay. What about having some type of medical illness in conjunction with the symptomology of schizophrenia?
Yes, that could exacerbate some symptoms.
Environmental factors?
Yes.
So for example, a pandemic,
Yes.
could that exacerbate the symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
And you mentioned that one of the number one factors that exacerbate symptoms is non-compliance with medications. What if you're untreated? How can that affect?
So untreated schizophrenia has a debilitating course, more so than if the patient did take medications. Without medications, we see worsening of symptoms, and these symptoms become very severe. These individuals usually have a progressive decline in function when they're not treated appropriately with medications, and not taking medications carries a poor prognosis.
So you've told the jury that you diagnosed Mr. Alissa with schizophrenia. How did you come to make that diagnosis for Mr. Alissa?
I made that diagnosis based off of my observations and interactions with Mr. Alissa. I also spoke frequently with the rest of the treatment team, which involves social workers and nurses on the unit. I also obtained some collateral from a family member that helped me make that diagnosis.
Share with the jury some of the observations you were able to make of Mr. Alissa that helped form your opinion that he does in fact have schizophrenia.
The main symptoms that I can recall from when I first met Mr. Alissa was he presented with something called thought blocking, which is a symptom of schizophrenia. And thought blocking means that there is an interruption or a disruption of your normal thought flow. So how you would see this in practice would be somebody is starting to respond to an answer, but will suddenly stop and lose their train of thought and need redirection to finish their answer. So that was very prominent when I first met Mr. Alissa. I also noticed that he appeared to respond to internal stimuli, meaning respond to things that were not present in the environment. I remember him frequently looking over his shoulder as though he was hearing noises that I wasn't able to observe. His presentation was also notable for the kind of decreased quantity of speech he had.
We've heard a lot about negative symptoms. Did you notice any negative symptoms of Mr. Alissa?
Yes.
Can you explain what you noticed of them?
So when I think of the term negative symptoms, I like to focus on the negative, which means a minus or subtraction. So this is a deficit in someone's normal functioning. And the symptoms I noticed in Mr. Alissa was a lack of emotional expression. So he had a flat affect, which means he did not display emotions as readily as you would expect. He seemed to have a decreased motivation on the unit. He had decreased speech, and he had isolated behavior.
You told us that you've worked as a psychiatrist for the last 3 years at CMHIP, including treating a number of different individuals. Can you just generally talk to the jury about what the everyday life is for someone who has schizophrenia?
Yes. So the presentation of schizophrenia differs depending on the individual. Not every patient presents the same way. So in general, individuals with schizophrenia require a lot of support in the community in order to function properly. Because one of the hallmarks of schizophrenia is that it results in a decreased level of functioning compared to their normal baseline. And so for this reason, individuals with schizophrenia aren't able to take care of themselves as well as they would have been before they developed the disease. In more severe cases, this kind of explains the overlap we see between schizophrenia and things like homelessness, things like repeated hospitalizations, and just a lower level of functioning.
You just had mentioned in more severe cases. In your opinion, having worked with Mr. Alissa on and off for the past 3 years, kind of where is his schizophrenia at, if you can tell us that?
I would say Mr. Alissa's presentation is more severe or towards the spectrum of more severe compared to other patients I've interacted with.
And why is that?
The reason I would categorize him in this way is because he has a few factors, including persistent negative symptoms despite treatment, treatment resistance, meaning the treatment hasn't completely resolved all of his symptoms. He also has displayed assaultive behavior or aggressive impulses, which would make him high risk. And he also displays a lack of insight and judgment.
So when someone gets diagnosed with schizophrenia, how do you go about starting to treat them?
So as I mentioned previously, the only treatment that is effective for managing schizophrenia is antipsychotic medications. And so when someone is diagnosed with this illness, starting a medication in that category is the proven way to treat them.
And does antipsychotic medication treat all symptoms of schizophrenia?
Antipsychotic medications can improve many symptoms of schizophrenia, but they are better at treating positive symptoms as opposed to negative symptoms.
And can you remind the jury what a positive symptom is versus a negative symptom?
So positive symptoms are what I think is more commonly associated with schizophrenia, including things like hallucinations, paranoia, delusional thinking, disorganization. And then the negative symptoms, as I mentioned, is a deficit in normal functioning, like being isolative, not wanting to talk, or having low motivation.
And you told us that Mr. Alissa suffers from significant negative symptoms in regards to his schizophrenia.
Yes.
Okay. So how generally has the antipsychotic medication helped in lessening his symptoms?
So despite treatment with antipsychotic medications, Mr. Alissa still does present with some negative symptoms. I would say there has been an improvement since he's been on treatment compared to when I first met him with respect to the negative symptoms. But the main negative symptoms that he still struggles with include things like isolation, a lack of speaking spontaneously to other people, and then this emotional blunting that he presents with.
And these are things you've noticed within the last year of working with Mr. Alissa?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about the evolution of the treatment of Mr. Alissa. Once he was at the state hospital, did you start him on an antipsychotic?
I did.
Okay. And what was that antipsychotic?
I first treated him with risperidone, which is an antipsychotic medication.
Okay. And help the jury understand why you put him on risperidone.
Risperidone is generally well tolerated and efficacious in my experience. And those were the main reasons why I picked that medication.
And what do you mean by efficacious?
In my experience, risperidone does a good job of treating symptoms of psychosis.
So fair to say something you may generally do when someone first appears in front of you that you know has schizophrenia?
Correct.
Okay. And how did that medication work for Mr. Alissa?
Mr. Alissa did show improvement once he was started on risperidone, but he also began developing some possible side effects, including worsening anxiety and restlessness. The risperidone also wasn't effective in targeting his assaultive behaviors at that time, despite being on a high dose.
Okay. So at some point, did you decide to make a switch to a different medication?
Yes.
And what medication was that?
The next medication that Mr. Alissa was treated with is called olanzapine.
And how does olanzapine differ from risperidone?
So in general, when we're talking about antipsychotic medications as a whole, they all work similarly and target similar receptors. It's just that individuals can tolerate them better and respond better to different antipsychotic medications. And it's very difficult to tell which antipsychotic medication works best for which individual. The reason I picked olanzapine is because it is slightly different than risperidone. And I was also trying to use some of the side effects that you see with olanzapine, namely sedation, to try and improve some of the restlessness or anxiety I saw in Mr. Alissa's presentation at that time.
So it sounds like generally antipsychotics have side effects just generally.
That's correct.
So in order to treat schizophrenia with an antipsychotic, an individual is going to have some sort of side effect.
I would say in many cases that's true. There are cases where individuals do not have significant side effects with antipsychotic medications, but in the most severe cases, the dose of the medication has to be increased to the level that side effects usually do present.
And is that what you had to do with Mr. Alissa?
Yes.
Because his schizophrenia was so severe?
Yes.
You put him at the highest dose you possibly could to get a response to his symptomology?
Yes, he presented mainly with aggressive impulses on the unit. where he would say that he felt like harming others. And this did not respond to treatment until I went to the maximum allowed dosage of the Zyprexa. And at that time, he seemed to show significant improvement. But a few weeks to months later, he started developing more side effects.
And what were those side effects?
So after he was on the maximum dosage of Zyprexa, also known as olanzapine, he started developing abnormal movement side effects that were concerning for tardive dyskinesia. Tardive dyskinesia is a movement disorder that is caused by antipsychotics. It can be permanent and disfiguring in individuals because this abnormal movement can persist even after someone is taken off all antipsychotic medications. And Mr. Alissa began presenting with this abnormal involuntary movement in his face and tongue. And we were worried that if this progressed, it could affect his ability to speak, swallow, and even breathe in very severe cases.
Okay. So then did you decide you're going to have to try a different antipsychotic with Mr. Alissa?
Yes.
And what was that third medication you decided to try with him?
That medication is called clozapine or clozaril.
And with clozapine, is there certain factors or certain things that must happen before you can prescribe someone that particular medication?
Yes.
And what are those?
So clozapine is the most effective medication we have for treating psychosis, but due to the risk profile it carries, we need to try patients on 2 other antipsychotic medications that they've failed before we can even start the clozapine. In addition to that, we need to register all the patients on clozapine on a national database to monitor their lab work to see if they're developing any serious side effects.
And when you decided to make this switch to clozapine for Mr. Alissa, did he have some reservation of some of the things you have to do in order for him to be on the medication?
Yes.
And what were those reservations?
When patients start clozapine, they initially need weekly lab work or blood draws for the first 6 months of treatment. This decreases in frequency to lab draws every 2 weeks for the next 6 months. And following that, you need to get your labs drawn monthly for the duration of time you're taking clozapine. Mr. Alissa stated that he did not want to comply with the lab work that is required for clozapine.
And tell us a little bit more about this lab work. Why do you have to do this lab work in order for someone to be on clozapine?
The most significant risk that comes with clozapine is something called neutropenia, which means a decrease in your white blood cell counts. White blood cells are used to fight off things like infections. And so if this level gets too low, it can be deadly because you can develop like a life-threatening infection, for example.
So what I hear is in order to take an antipsychotic that has different side effects than the one you're on, you have to potentially endanger your life.
I wouldn't go that far. It is generally well tolerated and the side effect is rare. However, out of caution for the patient, we do have to go through these monitoring parameters.
And so you told us Mr. Alissa didn't want to do the blood draw stuff surrounded taking this medication.
Yes.
And so what did that cause you to do?
Because he did not want to take the clozapine voluntarily, I sought to obtain a court order to involuntarily medicate him.
And how do you go about getting a court order to involuntary medicate someone?
In Colorado, or in the state hospital, the main criteria we use to obtain court-ordered medications is called the Medina criteria.
Okay. And are there certain, Medina is a case in Colorado?
That's correct.
Okay. And we're not going to go into case law here. So I just want the jury to have an understanding that there are some factors that need to be met before a judge will involuntary medicate someone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe some of those factors for the jury?
Yes. The first factor is that the patient has no insight into their mental illness. The next factor involves there being a deterioration of their mental state if they do not receive treatment. and also that the symptoms of their mental illness will make them in imminent danger to themselves or others. The next factor after that is that the treatment sought is the least restrictive treatment method that we can use. And then the last factor is that any bona fide reason that the patient has not to or to avoid treatment is overridden because the need for treatment is so great.
So in order for you to get this involuntary medication order for Mr. Alissa, he had to meet those factors.
That's correct.
So at that time, he's got no insight into his mental illness.
That's correct.
You are concerned about the fact that he may deteriorate in condition if he doesn't receive this antipsychotic.
Yes.
Okay. He could be a danger to himself or others.
Yes.
Okay. And you said ultimately needing this medication overrides any motivation of the patient themselves.
That's correct.
So in essence, Mr. Alissa's not wanting to do the blood draws on a regular basis is overridden by the need for this medication.
That's correct.
And you sought this court order for the first time, was it in March of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And have you sought such a court order since March of 2023?
The court orders are initially valid for about 6 months. So I think I did petition the court one more time under the same criteria.
In addition to the decreased white blood cell count, are there other side effects of clozapine?
Yes.
Can you describe those to the jury?
Other side effects of clozapine include things like cardiotoxicity, meaning it can damage the cells in the heart. It can cause increased heart rate, which over a long period of time can cause congestive heart failure. Clozapine also is commonly known to cause significant sedation and drowsiness. Drooling can be a side effect. Constipation that progresses to bowel obstruction, and which can be a deadly condition, is also seen as a side effect with clozapine. And then it also shares similar side effects profiles as other antipsychotic medications like weight gain, predisposing individuals to developing diabetes and high cholesterol and long-term cardiovascular disease, including things like strokes or heart attacks. And I think those would be the main side effects.
Is it fair to say then when you give someone such a potent antipsychotic with so many potential side effects, you also have to give them more medicine to treat some of those side effects?
Yes.
And did you do that for Mr. Alissa?
Yes.
I want to diverge for just a second. And did you inadvertently access part of the trial last Friday?
I did.
Can you tell the jury about that?
It wasn't clear whether or not I was sequestered, and I was wondering when I would be testifying next. So I found a link on YouTube and tried to see who was testifying to try and better schedule this week.
Is there anything about what you may or may not have seen that is affecting your testimony that you're providing for the jury this afternoon?
No.
Now, you told us that schizophrenia is a chronic illness. Can you describe for the jury what it means when it's a chronic illness?
A chronic illness means that there is no cure and it's lifelong. The symptoms of the disease usually fluctuate over a person's life course. And the best we can do to manage these symptoms is treatment with antipsychotic medications.
So fair to say you're telling the jury Mr. Alissa is going to forever have schizophrenia.
That's correct.
Would you agree that he's going to forever need medication?
Yes.
Okay. And he's going to need medication and treatment for his schizophrenia?
That's correct.
And if he would go off his antipsychotic, what do you think would happen?
He would suffer from a deterioration of his mental condition and have more severe symptoms of his psychosis.
I next want to move on to the concepts of insight and judgment and how they can affect or be affected rather by someone having schizophrenia. So when we're first talking about insight and judgment in the context, what are we talking about?
So insight and judgment in the medical context refers to the ability for an individual to understand their illness and to make decisions based off that understanding.
And can you give the jury an example of when you're talking about in the medical context about insight and judgment?
Yes, an oversimplified example that is used in training is imagine you are in a gas station and have an impulse to take a candy bar. If you understand that it's wrong to take a candy bar, but proceed to do so anyway, that would be an example of somebody that has good insight because they understand that they shouldn't do something, but poor judgment because they acted in a contrary way despite that knowledge.
Okay. Has Mr. Alissa schizophrenia affected his insight?
Yes.
In what way?
I would say Mr. Alissa has both poor insight and judgment.
Okay, explain that to the jury of why you believe that.
In psychotic illnesses, it is common to have patients that have poor insight and judgment. So Mr. Alissa is not unique in that respect. Specific to his case, Mr. Alissa denies suffering from any type of psychiatric illness. He does not understand the symptoms of his psychiatric illness or how these symptoms affect his behavior. And he does not weigh any of this information because he has no understanding of this into his reasoning for taking medications or seeking treatment.
And is this lack of insight and judgment that Mr. Alissa has demonstrated been consistent over the entire time you've been treating him?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that it's going to get any better?
No.
And why is that?
Over the past 3 years, Mr. Alissa has been consistently taking medications. Sometimes taking medications can improve certain symptoms that allow for improved insight and judgment. However, Mr. Alissa has never shown this improvement to be chronic or be sustained throughout time. Additionally, he has had multiple conversations with the treatment team members, including myself, about his diagnosis. I've told him he has schizophrenia. I've explained to him the symptoms of his schizophrenia and how it affects his behavior. And this is a conversation he's had multiple times in a high acuity setting. And so I would have expected some level of insight or judgment to prevail or persist by this time due to the amount of treatment he's receiving and just due to the constant reminders we've had with him about his illness.
So are you telling us that after 3 years of being medicated on a very potent antipsychotic, being told repeatedly that he suffers from schizophrenia and needs to be on an antipsychotic, Mr. Alissa doesn't even think he has schizophrenia?
Yes, that would be his most common response.
So telling us that you do not think he's going to get better in any way into his insight or judgment, is it possible his insight and judgment could get worse?
I think so.
And why do you think that?
I would categorize Mr. Alissa's insight as poor already, but there are moments when he is able to say he has schizophrenia. And these are sporadic in nature and have only happened 1 or 2 times in the medical record I've been able to review. However, if he were to stop taking medications, I think even this brief insight would disappear completely. And I would categorize that as a worsening of insight overall.
So you've told us that you've been treating Mr. Alissa on and off since December of 2021 for his schizophrenia?
Yes.
And you've told us that Mr. Alissa has been consistently medicated on clozapine since March of 2023?
That's correct.
Okay. And clozapine, we know is to be a pretty potent antipsychotic.
Yes,
And even being on clozapine, he still lacks insight and judgment.
that's correct.
Even being on clozapine, he still lacks insight and judgment and has significant negative symptoms and still some positive symptoms of his schizophrenia.
Yeah,
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered, end meeting.
As to lead and sustain.
Do you believe that Mr. Alissa still lacks insight and judgment and has significant negative symptoms right now?
yes,
And telling us that he lacks insight and judgment and has significant negative symptoms, does he still show some positive symptoms as well?
yes.
And what is your prognosis for Mr. Alissa's schizophrenia long-term?
I would say he carries a poor prognosis long-term.
And when you say poor prognosis, what do you mean by that?
I mean, by that he will have a low level of functioning throughout the rest of his life, despite treatment with medications. And he will continue to have symptoms of schizophrenia despite treatment,
And why do you believe that?
based off of his presentation at the hospital.
Over the last 3 years that you've been treating him?
Yes.
If I can have a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, take it.
Mhm.
We've been talking a lot about your role as Mr. Alissa's psychiatrist over the past 3 years. Do you also have a role at the state hospital in conditional release?
Not necessarily. I do treat patients that are admitted to the hospital as not guilty by reason of insanity. And I have also completed conditional release evaluations in the past with my training.
And when we say conditional release, what do we mean?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes, sir. The objection sustained.
Dr. Palai, you've told us that you have been treating Mr. Alissa on and off for the past 3 years at the state hospital.
Yes,
That's where Mr. Alissa has been residing for the past 3 years.
that's correct.
And during that time, you told us that because of the severity of his schizophrenia, he has been on multiple different antipsychotics.
Yes,
And it took you a long time to ultimately get to clozapine.
yes,
And that was in March of 2023.
yes,
He's been taking that medication consistently since March of 2023, and you've still noticed him have significant negative symptoms.
Yes.
You've also noticed that he continues to have some positive symptoms.
Yes.
Mr. Alissa continues to have a severe case of schizophrenia, even though he's on this potent antipsychotic.
Yes.
And you believe that Mr. Alissa will continue to have this significant mental illness, mainly schizophrenia, for the rest of his life.
An objection asked and answered on leading.
As to leading sustained.
Do you believe that Mr. Alissa will have this severe form of schizophrenia for the rest of his life?
Yes.
And that is based on you being his treating psychiatrist for the past 3 years.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Palai. I have no further questions.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Banner, can I just have a moment to speak with counsel?
Sure.
I'm doing well.
I apologize. Your Honor, can we approach? I apologize.
That's all right. Come on up. Go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I think the conversation at the
was
bench was
now.
out.
Okay.
Yes,
I
I
thought in.
apologize.
I thought in. Okay. We're gonna, because of some scheduling issues, we're just gonna take a quick break now. It'll be for about 20 minutes and then we'll resume with Dr. Palai. So I'll have Mr. Collins take you out. Thank you.
Just one has.
Ms. Harold, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We'll bring the jury in. All right, please be seated. Dr. Palai, I'll remind you to remain under oath.
All right, doctor. I think we're interrupted after asking each other how we were doing today.
Right,
So I'm going to pick up from there, okay?
sure.
You started working as a psychiatrist in July of 2021, am I right?
Yes,
So approximately 3 or 4 months after the mass murder the defendant committed at King Soopers.
I think that's right.
And your first position as a psychiatrist was with the state hospital here in Colorado.
That's correct.
And you were not, just to be clear, asked to conduct a sanity evaluation in regards to this case, am I right?
That's correct.
So you can't provide this jury with an expert opinion or an opinion as to the defendant's sanity on March 22nd, 2021, am I right?
That's correct.
Your testimony is limited to observations you've made of the defendant from December 2021 off and on during his time at the state hospital when he wasn't in the Boulder County Jail.
Yes,
And you shared with us that you have also determined that the defendant has schizophrenia.
yes,
The defendant arrived at the state hospital in December of 2021.
yes,
And during intake in December of 2021, the defendant explained he did not want to answer questions. My attorney said not to answer questions. Do you recall that?
I think I vaguely recall that, yes.
Fair to say you and your staff, the treatment team, had to work hard to evaluate the defendant?
Yes,
And that's made more difficult by his refusal or inability to answer questions.
that's correct.
Ms. Harold asked you if it's rare for someone to have schizophrenia. It's fair to say 1% of every country's population has schizophrenia. So in the United States, that's roughly 3.6 million people in the US have schizophrenia.
I don't know the exact percentages, but it's around 1% or less than that.
In each country.
Yes,
I'm just gonna, fair to say we have extensive medical records in this case.
yes,
I'm just gonna get touch on a couple things before we move into the substance of your testimony, okay?
yes,
So when we get the medical records from the state hospital, it's broken into different sections, right?
I'm not sure how you receive them, but sure, yes,
Well, in your experience, the medical records say, for example, allergies, no allergies, and it documents the allergy section.
yes,
Mental health history, no mental health history prior to coming to the state hospital. That's in the medical records for this defendant.
yes,
Religious or cultural issues a factor in treatment, no religious or cultural issues as a barrier to treatment. Do you recall those things in the medical records?
yes, those are different categories of things that we look at.
And for this defendant, no allergies, right?
I don't believe so.
No mental health history prior to coming to the state hospital.
I think that's right.
No religious or cultural barriers documented in any of the medical records from the state hospital.
That's correct.
So you start working with the defendant in December of 2021.
Yes.
And am I wrong in saying that mental illness should be regarded the same as a physical illness?
Could you elaborate on that?
Sure. Like if someone's having trouble understanding mental illness or mental health, is one way to explain it to say, think about it as though my dad has a heart condition and he's in the hospital, as opposed to someone maybe doubting mental illness.
Sure. I guess so.
And in either scenario, the amount of care and treatment they get is important, certainly in dealing with mental illness, right?
Yes.
And you were the head of the treatment team, the doctor for the treatment team,
Yes.
from December of 2021 through part of 2022.
Yes.
And that team includes you as the doctor, nurses, and social workers. Am I right?
That's correct.
The evaluators, so for example, the jury's heard testimony from Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres. Evaluators are a separate part of this whole process, right?
Yes, they are independent parties and not involved in the day-to-day treatment.
So you're on the ground, day-to-day, responsible for the treatment of the defendant.
That's correct.
And fair to say it's a significant responsibility. I mean, you start at the state hospital and just a few months later, you are the treating psychiatrist for the person who's charged with committing a mass murder.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask a few questions just to make sure I'm clear on the treatment that you provided to the defendant, okay?
Sure.
Fair to say, as his doctor, you saw this defendant once per week?
Yes.
Fair to say that you saw him for 15 to 20 minutes that one time per week?
I think the amount of contact I had with Mr. Alissa changed over the duration of his hospitalization. Initially, when he was first admitted to the hospital, I would spend more time with Mr. Alissa when I met with him. This was because I was gathering more history, getting to know Mr. Alissa and his presentation. And in this acute phase of the illness, I did meet with him more frequently and try to spend more time with him. And I was involved, I spent more time with his care. After we diagnosed him and his symptoms started to stabilize, then I would meet with him less frequently.
So less frequently in duration, but the entire time we're talking about, it's once per week.
Towards this year, for example, I essentially treated him as though kind of like on an outpatient basis. He was relatively stable on his medication regimen. We were managing his side effects. And so over the past couple of months, I would probably see him about once a month. And that was just for medication management.
So it's gone down to once a month over time.
Yes.
And when it was more frequent, it was once per week.
Yes, I would, we would have treatment team meetings once a week, and I would try to meet with him once a week. And that's when I would document all my observations throughout his hospitalization.
And during that time where you were really, sounds like spending more time with him, that was 15 to 20 minutes once per week.
I would say it would probably be more than that.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in front of Judge Bakke on September 27th of 2023?
Could you be more specific?
Sure. Do you recall ever being in this courtroom in front of Judge Bakke before?
Yes.
On that date, do you recall saying, when he's willing to talk to me, I'd say it's 15 to 20 minutes once per week?
I think it would be at that time. So if that was in the fall of 2023, that would be as often as I was meeting with him. But again, initially when he was at the hospital, I would be attempting to meet with him much more frequently.
At the time, fair to say you're working 4 10s, and by that I mean 4 days a week, 10 hours a day.
Yes,
And Mondays you spend in court, am I right?
that's correct.
2 days at the hospital,
That's correct.
and then 1 day in the office.
Yes.
And the defendant had, you mentioned, a social worker on the team, am I right?
Yes.
Am I right that the social worker was meeting with this defendant 15 minutes once per week?
I'm not sure, but I think that sounds right.
And a psychiatrist who was meeting with him 30 minutes once per month?
Yes.
And am I right that because of the nature of this case, how serious it is and how many people were killed, that the state hospital also assigned a nurse to speak with the defendant one-on-one?
I'm not sure the reasoning behind that, but I know he was meeting with a nurse one-to-one.
And that one-to-one was for 5 minutes per week.
I'm not sure of the specifics.
So from December 2021 through July 2022, the defendant was receiving 40 minutes per week of direct care at the state hospital.
I wouldn't go that far and say it was 40 minutes of treatment per week. Throughout the hospitalizations, there are different treatment modalities that we try and engage the patients with. In this specific case, the symptoms of his illness make it very difficult to have sustained or prolonged interactions with Mr. Alissa. And the main treatment, as I mentioned before, is treatment with medication and antipsychotic medication specifically. And so once he was stabilized or receiving antipsychotic medication treatment, I would say that the other meetings with ancillary staff like social work or nursing staff would be kind of extra treatment on top of that to try and support him in the best way that we could.
And I recognize, right, part of it is due to the fact that the defendant's unwilling to communicate at different times, right?
That's correct.
But the numbers I just shared with you about how much time each staff member spent with him, that's from the medical records provided by the state hospital. Am I right?
If that's what you're telling me, yes.
So 10,080 minutes per week, 10,040 minutes per week, he's not receiving direct care at the state hospital during that time.
The treatment of schizophrenia is not just limited to those specific documented time intervals where Mr. Alissa meets with social workers or nursing staff or even his psychiatric provider. Being on an inpatient unit is known as a high acuity setting. And part of the treatment that he receives on inpatient psychiatric units is adjusting to the schedule of the unit, is getting frequent redirection from staff members like mental health counselors or nursing. And a lot of these interactions are done without documentation, for example. The documentation that you're referring to are kind of specific requirements that are required into the chart, but that doesn't mean that Mr. Alissa was not receiving treatment throughout the day during his hospital course.
Okay. We'll come back to that. But during this entire time, also, the defendant was not having any contact with family or loved ones from outside the state hospital. Am I right?
I think he did end up having one phone call with a family member after he was started on Clozaril. I can't recall the exact date, but other than that, yes, he refused to speak to any family members or stated he didn't want to.
Would you agree in your experience, Dr. Palai, that a lack of human contact for anybody, for you, for me, anybody, could be detrimental?
Yes.
And especially for those struggling with a mental illness.
Yes.
It can exacerbate it.
Yes.
You left the state hospital to do a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in Denver starting in July of 2022, right?
That's correct.
So from July of 2022 through March of 2023, is it fair to say you had very limited contact with the defendant?
Yes, I did not have any contact with him during that
Okay.
time.
So zero contact. with
That's
him.
correct.
What doctor replaced you in caring for the defendant from July 2022 through March 2023?
It was a nurse practitioner on the unit that Mr. Alissa was currently on.
So from July of 2022 through March of 2023, the state hospital had no doctor caring directly for the defendant.
That's correct, but most of the direct patient care at the state hospital comes from nurse practitioners.
Sure. And it's an important position, right?
Yes.
But I just want to make sure we're clear, because to understand the treatment that's being provided to the defendant, that there's no doctor actually at the state hospital from those dates, July 2022 through March 2023, caring for the defendant.
That's correct.
And that's why in March of 2023, a nurse practitioner contacted you in Denver about the defendant. Am I right?
Yes.
And the nurse practitioner was the one who suggested that the defendant's medication be switched to clozapine or clozaril.
Yes, she asked if I would evaluate Mr. Alissa to see if he would meet criteria for court medications to start clozaril.
Okay. And on direct, Ms. Harold asked you if it would endanger someone's life, and you said no, but then you both agreed it's a very potent medication, right?
Yes,
So just to circle back to when clozapine or clozaril first came up in this case, you had recommended to the defendant previously, and I'm talking about September of 2022, that it'd be better for the defendant to take it because he was dealing with side effects from olanzapine.
yes,
And you brought it up with him multiple times saying, you should switch to clozaril, you should switch to clozapine. They're the same thing.
that's correct.
And on multiple occasions, the defendant refused to take it.
Yes,
In part because, as you stated on direct, he did not believe that he has a mental health disorder.
that's correct.
And also on clozapine, you need to have someone take weekly blood draws, as you described, to test for the side effects of regarding the white blood cells.
Yes,
And the defendant specifically told you he did not want to submit to weekly blood draws.
that's correct.
Fair to say at that time, the defendant also had a history of refusing other medications.
I believe so, yes.
And I'm referring to the time where pills that he was supposed to be taking were found in his room. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
And you recall having to get a crush and float order?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
That means the tablets or the pills of the antipsychotic medication are crushed up and put into something like applesauce or juice so that it's harder for patients to divert it or not take it.
So we have him refusing other medications over time, right?
Yes,
Then having side effects over time to olanzapine and risperidone, right?
yes,
You ask him or recommend that he take clozapine. He declined several times.
yes,
And then we turn to March of 2023 and the nurse practitioner contacts you up in Denver saying the defendant should be switched over to clozapine,
yes, that's correct.
which is the potent drug that you and Ms. Harrell talked about on direct.
Yes,
So then you do a Zoom call
yes,
with the defendant.
that's correct.
How long was the call?
I believe it was about 20 minutes or so.
So you do this 20-minute call with the defendant over Zoom, right?
That's correct.
You didn't see him in person.
No,
You did not monitor him in the days leading up to it.
no,
And then you talked on direct about getting a order for involuntary medication. Am I right?
yes,
And that's an affidavit that you prepare and present to a judge. Am I right?
yes,
And just so we're clear, that's not Judge Bakke, right?
no, that's in Pueblo.
Right. There's a whole process down in Pueblo involving the Pueblo County Attorney, a district court judge in Pueblo who handles these kinds of cases, and the state hospital. Am I right?
That's correct.
Separate from anything to do with Judge Bakke or the criminal case.
Yes,
And that's something that you do very often. And by something, I mean getting involuntary medication orders.
yes,
So earlier when we talked about you going to court on Mondays, that's for involuntary medication orders.
that's correct.
And we talked about you working in the office on Thursdays. That's when you're filling out affidavits for other patients for involuntary medication orders.
Yes, that's correct.
And it's an important document, the affidavit, right?
Yes,
But it's literally fill in the blanks with the information specific to the particular case.
I would say there are sections in the affidavit that are repeated, but the brunt of what I write is specific to every patient, and it's not something that I carry over much of. I try to tailor every affidavit to every patient, and I know the specifics of the individual's history and current symptoms and failed treatments and behavior on the unit.
Sure. And it ends up being like 2 pages or 3 pages of that information.
Yes,
Some of it, though, is a copy and paste from one order to another because it's the same kind of situation.
right. Like the initial paragraph is about identifying information with the patient's name and the diagnosis when they were admitted to the hospital. And so those types of sections are boilerplate.
And the order to force medication for this defendant, that was for the clozapine that you thought he should be taking after that Zoom call?
Yes,
The defendant was informed that the order had been obtained by the court? Or
yes,
from the court? Sorry.
yes,
And then after being informed that there was an order that allowed the state hospital to forcibly medicate the defendant, he's actually never had to have been forcibly medicated. Am I right?
that's correct. I think the closest that he's had to be forcibly medicated with clozapine was when he refused to take the oral medication, and it was told that if he didn't take it by mouth, he would require a NG tube, or a tube that goes through the nose. And when he was presented with that information, he agreed to take it orally.
So since then, he's made the choice to take it as required.
Yes, he's been compliant with his medications.
And that's since March of 2023.
Yes,
There have, as we touched on briefly, there's been a history of the defendant refusing to accept care and treatment since he was first being treated by you in December of 2021. Am I right?
yes,
So in addition to refusing medications, he's refused to attend group sessions.
yes,
He's refused to attend individual sessions.
yes,
He's refused RDM sessions.
yes,
He's refused to meet with a psychologist.
yes. And this was more prevalent earlier in his hospital course.
He's skipped various sessions.
That's correct.
Would you agree with me? Those things slow one's progress when they're not complying with medication, treatment, or seeing the doctor?
It depends on what you mean by progress.
I mean, improvement, someone getting better, like going back to the father with the heart issue. My dad stops taking his heart medication, refuses to go to the doctor, and starts eating whatever he wants. Is he getting better, or is he possibly going to get worse?
Yes, some of those groups would be beneficial for him, but ultimately, if he went to those groups and didn't take medications, it would not change his presentation. The medications really are the primary treatment.
Medications are key.
Yes,
Yes. He was, though, attending other things during that same time period, right?
initially, I don't think he attended any groups, and he was predominantly isolated to his room, from what I can recall.
At some point, did he start to sing in karaoke groups?
I think that was more recently after clozapine was started.
Bingo?
I think, again, that was around that same time period.
A Sherlock Holmes discussion group?
I don't recall that.
Cornhole?
I don't recall that either.
A session on health and wellness?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. I don't recall that.
A Dungeons and Dragons group session?
I'm not sure.
You prescribed clozapine in March of 2023, and it does come with significant side effects, right?
Yes.
So drooling, drowsiness, abnormal movements are all side effects for clozapine.
Yes, they can be.
And then you have to watch the white blood cell count, which is particularly important.
That's correct.
You returned to the state hospital in July of 2023,
Yes,
and you noted significant improvements for the defendant.
that's correct.
Better conversations with him.
Yes,
He was more goal-oriented.
yes,
He was going to the gym,
yes.
watching movies.
I think so. Yes,
He had improved eye contact,
yes,
improved memory,
yes.
a better mood,
I would say so.
no hallucinations,
When I first came back, no, he did not present with any hallucinations.
no delusions,
No,
no preoccupation.
no.
And then in July of 2023, you had longer conversations with him at that point about other stuff outside of his treatment.
That's correct.
So talking about music, for example,
Mhm.
the
Yes.
fact, sorry,
Yes, that's right.
I didn't mean to step on your answer. He graduated from Arvada West.
Sorry.
He had graduated from Arvada West. He talked to you about that.
Yeah, I don't specifically recall that conversation.
Do you recall him sharing with you he'd wanted to go to community college
Yes,
and he had started there for a month?
yes, I think that's right.
And he had a hope and goal of being an engineer someday,
Yes,
but he couldn't make the time for school because he was still having to work full time at the family restaurant.
yes, that's what he told me.
So he felt more comfortable discussing things with you, right?
That's correct.
But he did not feel comfortable discussing the charges in this criminal case. Is that right?
I don't think I specifically asked him about the charges of his criminal case.
Thank you, Doctor. Your Honor, I have nothing further for Dr. Palai. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Just a few follow-up questions, Dr. Palai. You mentioned that while Mr. Alissa was at CMHIP, he was on the in a high acuity setting. What does that mean?
Essentially, there are different types of settings for psychiatric treatment. An example of this is outpatient treatment, where you would see a psychiatrist once a month or twice a month. The highest acuity setting for psychiatric treatment would be in an inpatient unit. And so that means there is no other version of psychiatric treatment that rises to that level. So during Mr. Alissa's time at the hospital, he was receiving the most intensive treatment that you could possibly receive in the field of psychiatry.
And that was from December of 2021 until he came back to the Boulder County Jail to go to trial.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked a lot of questions about the treatment team and who is seeing Mr. Alissa and that type of stuff. If someone is at CMHIP receiving the highest amount of treatment you possibly can, talk to us about what this treatment team looks like.
So the treatment team consists of a psychiatric provider, whether that be a physician or a nurse practitioner. It also consists of different nursing staff and social workers that play a different role. The goal of the treatment team is to provide appropriate care for the patient at that time that they're evaluating him, to follow up with the patient's care over the hospitalization, and then eventually to help with discharge planning if that comes up, or helping the patient attain any goals they have while they're in the hospital.
In addition to engaging with or not engaging with the treatment team, is there other people constantly engaging with patients if they're at the state hospital?
Yes.
So when Mr. Doherty tried to refer to isolation, talk to the jury about, being at the state hospital, the lack of isolation there is for a patient.
So the state hospital is tailored to providing treatment for patients. It's a very structured setting, and the nature of the setting makes it easy for different staff members to interact with patients and be involved in their care. All the staff at CMHIP are medical providers, and their primary goal is to help their patients. And so in patients with severe psychotic illnesses, for example, a test of how they're functioning is how they can manage on a structured unit. So for example, in a general day, there are activities like meal times, breakfast, lunch, dinner, medication pass, different groups, and how a patient is able to follow those rules and directions helps us and gives us some insight into how they're responding to treatment. So throughout the day, there's different types of staff that interact with all of our patients to encourage them to go to groups, to talk with them when they're having anxiety or stress, to even just talk to them about life or treatment. And this is not always documented into the medical chart because it's a ubiquitous part of being in a psychiatric facility like this.
And you talked about groups being as part of the treatment because it gives you a better idea of how somebody's doing with their actual treatment. So when Mr. Doherty was talking to you about Mr. Alissa going to certain things later on in his stay at CMHIP after he was on clozapine, is those groups, the karaoke, the bingo, is that some of those groups you're talking about?
Yes.
And this helps in understanding the overall treatment with Mr. Alissa.
Yes.
And specifically in Mr. Alissa's case, we know that it's because of the extent of his negative symptoms, he was isolating a lot before he got on clozapine.
That's correct.
And then this is part of how, when you say you saw changes in him, he actually would do some things in interacting with others.
Yes, I would say those specific examples you provided would be evidence of improving negative symptoms.
Okay. But you still see negative symptoms with Mr. Alissa.
Yes.
You then were asked about, in September of 2022, having a conversation with Mr. Alissa about wanting to change his medication at that time. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes,
And that Mr. Alissa didn't want to do that.
that's correct.
Would that be a really good example of when you were talking to us on direct of Mr. Alissa's lack of insight and judgment?
Yes,
When you continued to see, I mean, you talked about him not taking medications, that he might have been hiding medications. Again, would you say that's another time or an example of his lack of insight or judgment into his mental illness?
yes.
If I can just have a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree that even as recent as July of 2024, when Mr. Alissa was at CMHIP, still being observed by your team, that he demonstrated areas of lack of insight and judgment?
Yes,
Thank you, Dr. Palai. I have no further questions.
Right, maybe he be released from the subpoena.
Yes.
Yeah, Shauna, thank you.
You're
Thank you.
excused and released. Thank you.
thank you.
Your Honor, if we next can call Khadisha Halid.
All right. If the interpreter will interpret. Ma'am, if you'll please come on around to your left. Just make your way around this table here. And then come around over here. That's fine. I'll swear you in right there. Before you have a seat.
Okay.
All right, please raise your right hand.
I, if you mean,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury and testimony to give?
إن أنا أعرف عني شهادة لا في اليمين أي شهادة راح تديها راح تكون السبب.
It'll be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
الصدق الصدق بالكامل ولا شيء غير الصدق. The truth and the whole truth, God's willing.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
تمام شكرا تفضل مش
Record reflects you've been assisted by an interpreter.
Judge, may I use my computer?
Yes, sir. I don't know if it would be better for you to be on her left-hand side where the microphone is. And feel free to move the microphone towards you. It's more important to hear you.
Of course.
Great. Thank you.
Ms. Halid, could you please state your full name and spell it for the court reporter?
تمام سيدتي ممكن تقولي لنا اسمك الكامل وتهجئين الاسم لكاتبة المحكمة؟
اسمي خديجة عجان الحديد.
عندي صوتك.
خديجة عجان الحديد.
My name is Khadija Ajjan Al Hadid. Would you like the interpreter to clarify the spelling?
Yes.
عفوا ممكن تقولي لنا كيف مكتوب بالحروف؟ Honestly, I don't know how to spell it.
That's okay. Just so you know, there's some water right there if you need some.
لا ما في مشكلة. بس حتى تكوني عارفة في مية هون إذا احتاجتي مية تشربي مية. Okay.
Are you a little bit nervous?
خايفة شوي؟ Somewhat.
A little bit sad to be here today?
شوي حزينة تكوني هون اليوم؟
And you're going to have to speak out loud because she's got to take down everything you're saying.
بس لازم تحاولي بتردي او تعلي صوتك بالجواب لان الكاتبة المحكمة لازم تكتب كل شيء بتقوليها.
شوية الحمد لله.
Yes, a little bit. Thank the Lord.
How do you know Ahmad?
كيف تعرفين أمان؟
أحمد.
Ahmad?
أحمد.
أحمد. يا أحمد يعني كيف إنه أعرف أحمد يعني شلون؟ أحمد مريض.
Ahmed, yeah, I mean, how can I know him? What do you mean? He is sick and
He's your son, correct?
هو ابنك مظبوط؟
يا
Yeah.
And how many children do you have?
وكم أطفال عندك؟
عندي 10 أولاد، 4 بنات و6 شباب.
I have 10 boys and 4 daughters and 6 youth.
Okay. And where does Ahmad fall in all of that?
وشو أحمد فين بيكون بين أطفالك بالكامل؟ يعني أصغرهم أكبرهم؟
رقم 8 هو.
He's number 8.
Okay. Could you describe your family for the jury? Are you guys close?
ممكن توصفين عائلتك لهيئة المحلفين؟ أنتوا كعائلة قريبين من بعض؟
يا كثير قريبين.
Yes. Very close to each other.
Do you see your children and grandchildren often?
نعم، بتشوفين أولادك وتشوفين أحفادك كتير؟
يا بيجوني على طول، عندي أولادي وأحفادي وعلى طول بيجوني. نعم.
Yes, they come visit me often. My children, my grandchildren, they come often.
And when you say often, is it pretty typical to see most of your children almost every day?
لما تقولي بيجوني مثلا كتير أو غالبا قصدك يعني تقريبا كل يوم بتشوفيهم؟
يعني كل يوم، أحيانا كل يومين، أحيانا كل 3 أيام، يعني حسب.
Yeah, I mean daily, sometimes every other day, sometimes every 3 days. It just depends.
And do they come and see you at your home?
وبيجوا بيشوفوكي في بيتك؟
يا
And why is that? Do you stay at home most of the time?
لشو سبب؟ أنت دايما في البيت؟
يا أنا بالبيت عم.
Yeah, I'm always at home.
Can you describe for the jury how Ahmad was as a child?
ممكن توصفين أحمد كيف كان لما كان هو صغير؟ لهيئة المحلفين؟
يا كان يعني هو كان يعني طفل وحلو وسمارت، كان يعني كان أوضاعه كويسة يعني مثل أي طفل.
Yeah, I mean, he was cute, he was smart, he was just like any other child.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness, what's been marked as defendants exhibit B and C.
وريها العرض C و E.
Yes.
تيجي وتعطيك تشوفك أدلة. Okay.
Do you recognize those pictures?
عارفة على هاي الصور؟ تعرفتي على هاي الصور؟
يا هاي الصورة كان تقريبا عمره شي 1.5 سنة.
Yes, in this picture he was around a year and a half.
Okay. And is that in the first picture I gave you that's marked with a B on the bottom?
هذه أول صورة اللي تحكين عنه اللي فيها علامة B من جوا مكتوبة حرف B.
And I'm going to ask the interpreter to assist because I do not believe she knows the English language at all.
Of course. رح أوريكي أنا هاي الصورة وهذا حرف B مكتوب هون.
طيب.
It is marked as Exhibit B, Castle.
Okay. And in that particular photo, where was that taken?
تمام. هاي الصورة فين كانت هاي الصورة؟
معلش أشيل وأشوف.
Is it okay if I pick it up and look at it?
Yes, of course.
نعم، تفضلي شوفي.
Your Honor, people have no objection to the
I'll
photos being
not
admitted,
admit
so that would help them go along.
تم قبول الصور.
يمكن يعني كنا يمكن يعني نحن يعني عندنا قرار شاطئ البحر هيك عندنا قرار محافظتنا يمكن كان فاضي هيك شيء إنه وراي يمكن واحد من أولاد.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that is when we were at the beach in one of our provinces. I think, and behind them there is one of the other children. I think.
Your Honor, I'll formally move to admit defendants exhibit B and C.
يقبلوا هاي العروض كأدلة.
They'll be admitted into evidence.
ورح يقبلوها كأدلة.
Permission to publish.
Yes, ma'am.
ورح ينشروها عندهم بالمحكمة.
So I have on the screen and the jury can see what's been marked as defendants exhibit B. Is this the one you were telling us when Ahmad was about a year and a half?
تمام. هذا العرض مكتوب هلا. هاي العرض قدام هيئة المحلفين اللي فيها عرض أو دليل رقم بي أو حرف بي. هو هذا نفسه اللي حكيتي قلت إنه أحمد عمره تقريبا سنة ونص هون.
كان صغير.
Yes, he was little.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you a question. You refer to your son as Ahmad, but do some Westerners use the name Ahmad?
تمام. وراح أسألك سؤال. أنت قلتي إنه اسم ابنك أحمد، بس هل في الأجانب بينادوه عماد؟
لا، ما هو المشكلة نحن بعد المشكلة ما بقينا نعرف اسم، صار يختلف أحمد من عماد. يعني بصراحة كان كتير قريبة على بعض هذا الاشي، عرفت شلون؟ بس هو اسم أحمد شيء، اسم عماد شيء تاني.
Okay. Yeah, I mean the problem is the issue is the name Ahmed and Imad. They're a little bit close. You know what I mean? But Ahmed is different than Imad.
Absolutely. And Ahmad, the boy we see in the picture, is your son who's here in the courtroom.
تمام صحيح. وأحمد الولد اللي في الصورة هو ابنك وهو هون في قاعة المحكمة. Yes.
Then I have defendants exhibit C on the screen. When was this taken?
تمام. وعندي كمان عرض ثاني، عرض سي. هاي الصورة إمتى أخذتوها؟
هاي الصورة أخذناها بال2016.
This picture was taken in we took it in 2016.
Okay. And is that Ahmad in the black shorts on the right side or the left side of the screen?
وهل هذا هو أحمد اللي لابس الشورت الأسود أو على شمال الصورة؟
نعم.
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how old was he in 2013?
تمام. تقريبا 2013 كان عنده كم سنة؟ عمره كم سنة كان تقريبا في 2013؟
هاي الصورة ب2016 مش 13.
This picture was in 2016, not 13.
Sorry, how old was he in that picture approximately?
قديش كان عمره بهاي الصورة تقريبا؟
هو مواليد ال 99. عرفت كيف؟ والله ما بعرف يعني، بس هو 99 2 20 شيء 13 17 16 كنت بحس.
Okay. He is born in 1999. You know, I don't know. You can count it. 1999, 2000, 2003, 13. I don't know. 16, 17. You can count it.
That is very fair. You had told us that as a child, Ahmad was smart and kind, and at some point, did you start to notice some changes in him?
تمام يا سيدتي، من العادل هذا الكلام اللي قلتيه. خبرتينا إنه لما كان صغير أحمد كان ذكي وكان لطيف، بس في مرحلة من المراحل لاحظتي إنه حصل عنده تغيرات؟
صار عنده تغيرات بال2019.
He started having changes in 2019.
صار عنده تغير.
Yes, changes.
Can you share with the jury some of the changes you noticed in 2019?
تمام يا سيدتي، ممكن تشاركين مع هيئة المحلفين التغيرات اللي لاحظتيها عنده من 2019؟
صار عنده تغيرات. يجي يقول في ناس ملاحقتني، FBI ملاحقيني على طول. كانت عنده هاي الشغلة. يا ابني أقول له يعني يا ابني نحن ما عندنا شيء ولا عندنا مشاكل مع حدا، عرفت كيف؟ يقول لا أنا ملاحقيني، FBI ملاحقيني، ما أعرف إيش بدهم مني. فكنا يعني ما نعرف يعني إيش السبب، إيش صار. هذا كان عنده يعني الشغلة هاي.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he started having changes. He would say, people are chasing me. The FBI are chasing me. He always had this. I would tell him, my son, we don't have anything or any issues with anyone. but he would say the FBI's are chasing me. I don't know what they want. We did not know the reason or what have occurred, but he had this.
Did you sometimes see him laughing to himself?
شفتيه مرات بيضحك على روحه؟
يا قام يعني فترة بعدها قام يعني ينعزل، قام يضحك أحيانا، يضحك هيك مع حاله. انعزل، صار لحاله، يعني يبرك لحاله. أحيانا يحط التليفون هيك يقوم هيك يحكي مع حاله، عرفت كيف؟
Yeah, I mean, he became, after some time, he would isolate himself. He would laugh alone. He would isolate himself and be alone, and sometimes just on the phone like this and speak with himself, you know?
When you started to notice these changes, was he living with you?
لما لاحظتي هاي التغيرات كان عايش معك؟
يا معنا، هو عايش بالبيت معنا.
Yeah, living with us. He was living in the house with us.
Was there a lot of people living in your house at the time you noticed these changes?
هل كان في ناس كثيرين عايشين في بيتك لما لاحظتوا هاي التغيرات؟
عائلتي كلها تقريبا كلها بالبيت كانت، ما عدا البنات اللي مزوجات.
The whole family were at home, except the daughters whom are married off.
And would your family spend a lot of time in the living room being together?
Consult feeding together?
Being together?
Thank you. هل عائلتكم كنتوا تقضون وقت مع بعض، يعني بغرفة الفطار وكلكم تقضوا وقت مع بعض؟
يا كنا نبرك عائلة، نحن ما شاء الله الأولاد وأنا والأب، كنا نبرك بالصالون هو الكبير والتلفزيون وناكل ويعني ونضحك ونحكي وشغلات. لكن هو هاي بحس نهاية ال 19 وال20 بتحسه انعزل، يعني
اوكي
كيف انعزل. إذا ما حكينا معاه أو عملنا أي شيء ما كان يعني يختلط معانا، تحسه بحاله بحاله.
Okay.
يعني صار فترة.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the whole family, the boys, myself, their dad, we were all sitting in the living room watching TV and laugh and talk. But him, since that year, 2019, 2020, just felt like he was isolating. You know what I mean? If not for us speaking with him, he would not mix with us. He was just isolated and sitting alone.
In addition to the isolation that you noticed and also him believing that people were chasing him, did he also do some odd behaviors with his computer or phones?
تمام يا سيدتي. بالإضافة إلى العزلة اللي لاحظتوه ويعتقد إنه كان في ناس بيطاردوه، هل لاحظتي إنه عنده سلوك غريب مع الحاسوب أو مع تلفونه؟
إجا مرة إجا طاير فات جوا، كان شايل التليفون، فات على المطبخ، شال إحنا بنقول الشاشطون، هو اللزاك مسك قطع اللزاك وصار يلزق الكاميرا. لك أنا كنت بالصالون، جيت أحمد ليش عم تلزق التليفون؟ وإنه يقول لي ماما في ناس لاحقتني وعم يشوفوني من التليفون. عرفت يعني في شغلات كتيرة يعني صارت حدثت معي.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, one time he came in flying. He had the phone and entered the kitchen and brought tape and put tape all around the camera. I was in the living room and I was telling him, why are you doing that? And he said, people are chasing me and they're seeing me through the camera. Many things have occurred with him.
When you say many things occurred with him, can you think of anything else specific that you remember with regards to changes?
تمام. لما تقولي حاجات كثيرة حصلت معه، تقدري بتفكري بأي شيء تاني، أي تغيرات تانية لاحظتي؟
يا كسروا لي مفتاح السيارة، اجا كمان مسكوا كسروا. ليش؟ وني يقول لي بي شيء بضل بالمفتاح حاطيله وعم يراقبوني. كان كثير يعني انه يقول انا ملاحق، انا ناس عم تراقبني. عنده لابتوب كسروا، ويقول عمال يلاحقوني، ناس عم تلاحقني وما عرف ايش بدها مني. فنحن ما عنا اعداء مع حدا ولا عنا اي مشاكل مع حدا. يعني كان كتير.
Yeah, I mean, he broke the car key. He held it and broke it. He says something is inside it, and through that, they're monitoring me. I am being monitored. We have a laptop and they're chasing me. People, I don't know why, what they want. We don't have any enemies or any issues with anyone.
لا تصير مفتاح سيارته يقول بيه شغلات يعني بيه عالم متلاحق من عالم. بعدين صار عنده نسيان يعني صار يقعد لحاله ما عاد يختلط معي يعني صار عنده شوية يعني صار عنده نسيان.
Okay. Yeah, he broke the car key. He said it has things and people are chasing me. Then he had forgetfulness. He would sit alone and not mix with us. And he had a little bit of forgetfulness.
Okay. In November of 2021, did your family get sick? Or excuse me, November of 2020, did your family get sick?
تمام سيدتي في شهر 11 شهر نوفمبر 2020 هل عائلتك تمرضتوا؟
يا صار كورونا كل العيلة كل.
Yes, we got COVID, all of us.
Including Ahmad?
بما يشمل أحمد.
ويا حتى أحمد وعماد ومحمود وحسان أنا ومصطفى كل العيلة والبنات حتى
Okay. Yes, and even Ahmed, Imad, Mahmoud, Hassan, myself, Mustafa, the girls, and the grandchildren as well.
You were just listing off your other sons and your husband and your daughters.
كنتي هلا بتحكين الأشخاص القائمة هذه كانوا أولادك، البقية أولادك وجوزك والأطفال؟
كلياتنا كورونا العيلة كلها.
All of us got COVID, all of us.
I want to talk with you about some other changes you noticed after Ahmad had COVID.
تمام بدي أحكي معك عن تغيرات تانية لاحظتيه بعد ما انصاب أحمد بالكورونا.
يا أحمد صار معاه الكورونا كان ينزل يعني تعبان وراسه وجسمه مكورن يعني عرفت شلون؟ السمن صار يعني صحة راسه كبر تحس مثل صار عنده يعني عرفت شلون يعني تغير كتير تغير بعد الكورونا كتير.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Ahmed, he had COVID or got COVID and he would come out and he was just tired from COVID, pretty much his whole body, his head. And he also put on weight, like he was hysterical. I'm not sure how to call it or what term to use, but he changed a lot after COVID.
Did he gain more weight?
زاد وزنه كتير.
يا سمن.
Yeah, he became fat a lot.
Did his hair start falling out?
وشعره بدأ يسقط.
يا وشعره هلس.
Yeah, he lost his hair.
Did he stop showering as much?
وبتوقف ما يستحمى ما ينظف نفسه.
يا ما كان يا أهمل كتير يعني صار عنده إهمال بحاله. شخصيته كتير صار عنده إهمال. صار يحكي مع حاله يعني زادت حالته. يعني مريض. زادت حالته يعني قبل بعد الكورونا بأيام الكورونا أصابته الكورونا زادت عنده الحالة.
Okay.
زاد عنده المرض بس إيش إحنا ما إنه أطباء نعرف أو نشخص.
Okay.
لكن يعني صار عنده قام يحكي مع حاله يضحك مع حاله.
Okay. Yeah, he was more careless. He would not care for himself and his personality, he would speak to himself and the condition that he had worsened. He was just sick. His condition after COVID increased. The sickness increased. But what's the sickness? I don't know. We're not doctors. You cannot diagnose it. But he would speak to himself. He would laugh with himself.
The night before the shooting happened, was it Mother's Day?
الليلة اللي قبل ما تحصل الإطلاق النار كان عيد الأم.
أنا يعني ببلادنا نحن العربية كان 21 آذار هو كان يوم عيد الأم.
Yes, in our country, in the Arabic country, it was Mother's Day.
And did you and your family celebrate Mother's Day on that Sunday?
بهذا اليوم يوم الأحد أنت وعائلتك
كنا موجودين.
عفوا أنت we're going to repeat sorry I was not allowed to complete the question عفوا سيدتي ما احتفلتوا بهاي المساء اليوم الأحد؟
عيد الأم.
Yes. Yes, we celebrated. The whole family was there.
And while your whole family is there and you're celebrating Mother's Day, is Ahmad being isolated and not talking with you all?
وهاي عفوا العائلة كلكم لما كنتوا يعني تحتفلون بعيد الأم أحمد كان بالعزلة ما يحكي مع حدا؟
أحمد بالعزلة من تقريبا من 2020 يعني قبل الكورونا وأيام الكورونا كان منعزل لحاله ما كان يحكي مع حدا ولا أي شيء. إذا ما نحن مثلا تصير العائلة تجي ونحكي ونضحك ونشغله وشيء أحمد يقول إيش فيه ولا يعرف إيش فيه ولا يعرف إيش الموضوع كان بحاله. عرفت كيف؟ فنحن كان نصيح له أو أحمد يلا ويرجع لحاله.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he was isolated from 2020 and before COVID and during COVID, he was isolated and would not speak with anyone unless we would all come and speak with him and, try to laugh and to try to engage Ahmed. But he was not aware what was happening. He was alone. And we would call him and he would say, yeah, and then get back to what he was doing.
The next day, the day of the shooting, did you have breakfast with Ahmad?
اليوم اللي بعده يوم اللي صار فيه إطلاق النار أكلتوا فطار مع بعض؟
سويت أنا الفطور وصحت الأحمد وكان محمد كمان صحت له وبركنا فطرنا أنا وأحمد ومحمد ومصطفى وفطرنا وكانت دغنه هيك كبيرة وشعره هالس ويعني تحس تقول هوملس. فقلت له أحمد أنت ليش هيك حبيبي روح على الحلاق حلق إذا ما بقى عندك ما تدفع أنا بعطيك $20 وروح حلق. قال لي هيك بدك؟ قلت له إيه. ونحن فطرنا وشلت الأكل ونحن أنا ومصطفى رحنا نتسوى وهو ضل بالبيت على أساس إنه يروح الحلاق يحلق ويغير حاله.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I made breakfast and called Ahmed and Mahmoud and Ahmed, Muhammad, and called him too. We had Ahmed, Muhammad, and Mustafa and had breakfast, but his hair appeared to be very big. He appeared like he was homeless. So I said, Ahmed, dear, why you're like this? Go shave or get a haircut. If you don't have money, I will give you $20. He said, that's what you want? I said, yes. Myself, Mustafa and I, we went shopping and he stayed home. And he was supposed to go to the barber and shave.
Was that the last time you saw Ahmad until today?
هل هذا كان آخر مرة شفتي أحمد لحد اليوم؟ Yeah.
You now know that Ahmad suffers from schizophrenia.
نعم. عفوا. I apologize, counsel. One moment, sorry. عفوا سيدتي. هل أنت عارفة إنه أحمد بيعاني من مرض نفسي أو ما يسمى سكيزوفرينيا؟
حاليا ولا قبل ولا إيش؟
You mean right now or before or
Right now, as of today.
بالوقت الحالي كتاريخ اليوم.
سمعنا من الدكاترة والدكاترة اللي اجوا واللي حكوا معه واللي شافوه انه هو مريض وهو مريض لكن هو مريض يعني هو منكم يتخيلوا تخيلات انه ناس تعرفوا شيء معناته هذا هو مريض. وهو مريض يعني عرفت شلون هو مريض كان مريض واكثر شيء تشد عليه المرض بكورونا. يعني زاد سمن كبر راسه صار يضحك مع حاله يعني مثل يعني نقول احنا مغرور مجنون يعني فالمعنى تغير كثير تغير.
اوكي بس لحظة. Yeah, that's what we heard from the doctor and the doctor who came and saw him that he is sick. I mean, when he started imagining people chasing him, he is sick and mostly his condition worsened during COVID. He gained weight, his head got bigger. He was speaking to himself. He was like, how can I say it? Crazy, like he changed. Yeah, he changed.
Fair to say, however, on the day of the shooting, that last time you saw him before today, you had no idea how sick he was?
من العادل نقول آخر مرة لما شفتيه قبل ما بيصير إطلاق النار أو في يوم اللي صار إطلاق النار آخر مرة لما شفتيه ما كنتي عارفة قديش هو مريض؟
هو مريض بس إيش المرض ما نعرفه. هو المريض ويعني مبين من شكله مريض، هو من تصرفه تصرف يعني ناس مو طبيعية. بس إيش المرض إحنا ما نعرف هذا الشيء.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he was sick, but what was the condition? We did not know. From his appearance, from his behavior, he was not normal. But what was it? We don't know.
If I can just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Just لحظة.
I just have one last question for you.
بس عندها سؤال أخير لك.
Do you think at the time that Ahmad committed the shooting, he knew right from wrong?
تعتقدي إنه أحمد بالوقت اللي أطلق النار أو وقت الجريمة إطلاق النار، تعتقدي إنه هو كان عارف الصح من الخطأ؟
هو مريض، ما كان يعرف. أكيد ما كان يعرف الصح من الغلط، لأنه ما في إنسان عاقل يضرب أو يسوي أي شيء. هو مريض وزاد مرضه من صارت عنده الكورونا، ما بيميز شيء، يضحك نقول له على شغلات ما يسويهن ينسى، كسر الأغراض. يعني مريض، هو مريض وإحنا ما نعرف هذا المرض ولا نعرف. أكيد هو كان مريض، طبعا مو طبيعي.
Okay.
إنسان طبيعي ما بيسوي هالشغلة. بس الله.
Sorry. He is sick. He did not know for sure. He did not know right from wrong. No sane person will do anything like that. He is sick, and his sickness increased during COVID, and he would not differentiate. His laughing, things he was forgetting. He was breaking items. He was sick. We did not know his condition, however. For sure, he was sick and not normal. Normal persons don't do that.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Come on, please. بس لحظة.
Oh, sure.
Sure, of course. Record, there's the money.
Thank you.
You ready, sir? Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Michael Doherty. I'm going to be asking you a few questions if that's okay.
أنا اسمي مايكل دورتي. أنا هسألك بعض الأسئلة إذا تسمح لي بها. Okay.
So after the shooting happened, I would imagine that you were very upset about what had taken place.
بعد إطلاق النار اللي حصل أظن أنك كنت يعني حزين على محب صحيح؟ كنت حزين على محبك يعني. Obviously.
And you've probably spent a lot of time looking for answers as to why your son would kill 10 people.
وأيضا أخذتي بعض الوقت علشان تبحثي على أسئلة على أجوبة على السبب أن ابنك قام بقتل 10 أشخاص صحيح؟ نعم. Yes.
You talked about the serious concerns that you had about your son's mental health back then.
تكلمتي على كان عندك هاوس بالحالة النفسية لابنك في هذا الوقت صحيح؟
نعم، ابني مريض، 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 كان في مع حاله، كان يقول في عالم لا حيوتني بتبكني. فهو زادت حالته بالضرورة إنه زادت أكثر وأكثر.
Yes, my son was very sick. He was talking to himself. He keep saying that people are following him, trying to kill him. His condition got worse after COVID.
Okay. So I'm going to just ask you a few questions about that.
هسألك بعض الأسئلة على هذا الموضوع.
your son never went for mental health treatment, right?
هل ابنك عمره أخذ برنامج تأهيل نفسي أو علاج نفسي من قبل ولا لا؟
ما أخذ، لا ما أخذ هو علاج نفسي، لكنه هو مريض.
No, he never took any treatment. He's sick. He's sick.
هو ما إذا هو ما أخذ شيء، بس هو ما أخذ شيء ولا
I'm not aware if
هو مريض.
I'm not aware if he was under any treatments, but he was sick. He was very sick.
Okay. Do you recall when the investigators first interviewed you on March 24th?
تذكري لما المحققين تحدثوا معك في يوم 24 شهر مارس شهر 3.
شهر 3 أي سنة.
Yes, on March, what year?
Sorry, 2021. It was a day or two after the shooting.
2021 يعني يوم أو يومين بعد الحادث صح؟ تذكري؟ Yeah, I recall.
Do you recall telling them that you're not aware of any issues or problems with your son?
تذكري أنك قلت للمحققين أن ما كانش في علمك أن ابنك كان عنده أي مشاكل نفسية؟ تذكري هذا ولا لا؟
ابني ما كان عنده، ابني ما كان مرض ابني، أنا حكيت، وهو كان عنده مرض هو كشخص، وهو إنه يجي ويقول أنا في ناس ملاحقتني، في ناس بتحكيني، في ناس ما أعرف إيش بدها مني.
No, my son is sick. He was sick. I mean, he before even the incident, he was.
2019 هو تغير وصار هو ناس عجب تلحقه بدها منه إشي أنا.
Since 2019, he changed. He keeps saying that people are following him, and he's in danger.
Okay. Do you recall telling the investigators that he was just quiet and would keep to himself?
تذكري انك لما تكلمتي مع المحققين قلت انه كان هادئ وكان دائما يكون يعني
صار هادئ لحاله، انعزل. انا حكيت هو صار هادئ لحاله، يعني انعزل بيبرك لحاله، بيسوي عنا نحن أركيلة بأرجل، عرفت شلون؟ لحاله بيبرك، بيجيب العصير ما بيشربه، بنحط له عصير أو شاي أو شيء ما بيشرب. يعني ما بنعرف، تغير هو بحاله تغير.
Yeah, he was quiet. He was secluded. We used to get him a juice, set the juice on the table, and he doesn't drink it. He doesn't drink it.
مثلا تقول له على الشغله، مثلا رحت بدي شغله شيء، يجي نسيان، يقول ايش بدي لي، ينسى، صار عنده نسيان، صار عنده.
And when we ask him to run some errand, and he comes back and he say, well, "What did you tell me?" He start showing this pattern of forgetfulness.
At the time, he was also working at the restaurant 6 days a week. Is that right?
وفي هذا الوقت كان هو بيشتغل في يعني في المطبخ او في
كان
6 أيام في الاسبوع.
كان يروح، يعني يروح مثلا عن 11 يجي على 2:30، يريح لل4، يروح على 7:30 يرجع. يعني بس يعني هو من يرجع بحاله إلا نعزل يعني.
Yeah, he used to go between 11 2:30 and go back between 4 and 7:30, and once he get back, he just secluded himself and stay by himself in isolation.
Okay. Do you recall talking with the investigators and telling them that your son would do his own laundry and his own cooking and make his own bed?
تذكر لما تحدث معك المحققين قلت لهم ان ابنك كان بيعمل يصبن هدومه لوحده، كان يقوم بتحضير الاكل لوحده، وايضا كان بينظف غرفته لوحده. تذكري هذا؟
هو له غرفته لحاله، انا كنت يعني مثلا اسوي اكل، يجي احيانا اذا عجبه الاكل ياكل، ما عجبه الاكل هو يعني حر، عرفت شلون؟ ويعني انا ست بيت، يعني انا شغلي بالبيت، ما عندي الشغل برا. بس هو قلت لك تغير وصار عنده يعني صار يقول انا ملاحق. هذا اكثر شيء اول، يعني اول البدايه يقول انا ناس ملاحقتني، ناس بدها تفتني، ناس ما اعرف ايش بدها مني. لزق التليفون، كسر مفتاح السياره، كسر اللابتوب. بعدين انعزل، يعني صار لحاله، صار حتى قليل اذا ما حكينا معه او ناقشنا معه ما يحكي معانا نعزل خالص، حتى اتصل خالص يعني يضحك شيء تليفونه يتفرج يضحك، يعني نقول يعني عادي كل واحد يجيب تليفون بيتفرج مثلا شغلات مقاطع شيء يضحك شيء، لكن هو مريض. احنا هذا الشيء ما طلع أول مريض طلع عميل.
I mean, he's you know, he was free. I mean, I'm a housewife. Sometimes I make food, he eat the food. Sometimes he doesn't eat the food. And he keeps telling us that he's you know, he changed in 2019. He keeps saying that he's been followed by people. These people, they want to kill him. He broke the car key, the laptop, and he just isolates himself. He looks at his phone in a funny way, and you know, and get close to his phone sometimes. He's sick. He's sick.
So during that time period before the shooting, he started to get a lot of packages sent to the house. Do you recall that?
قبل حادث إطلاق النار كان بيجيها وصلات يعني صناديق للبيت كثير جدا. تتذكري هذا؟
والله ما أعرف، لأنه والله ما أعرف. أنا بالبيت واللي مثلا إذا حدا بيأوردر على شيء بيجيب واحد أغراضه وهو بياخذهم هو بيستلم، ما بعرف.
I swear I don't know. I mean, anyone who ordered anything online, they received the packages, and I wasn't aware of what they were receiving.
But you mentioned you were home a lot during that time period. Am I right?
وأنت قلتي أنك كنت في البيت طوال الوقت هذه الفترة، صحيح؟
No.
Yes.
Do you recall in like a 1 month period him getting 11, 12, 13 packages delivered to your house?
تتذكري أن في مدة شهر جاءت 11 12 13 طرد ممكن في هذه المدة؟
أنا عندي عائلة، عرفت شلون الأولاد بيأوردروا ملابس، بيأوردروا أكلات، بيأوردروا شغلات، فإيش عرفني أنا حتى يعني راية وكتابة مش زيادة، تعرف إنه هذا لم يكن. فعندي عيلة أنا كلها بيأوردروا وبيجيب هذا بيجيب وهذا بياخذ وهذا، فما أعرف أنا والله العظيم ما أعرف.
You know, we live in a big, you know, we're a big family, and everyone keeps ordering things, clothing, other things, and I wouldn't know because I wouldn't even know what's the content of these or what is being ordered and who ordered it.
So he never told you what he was ordering and receiving at the house on all those days.
إذا عمره ما قال لك إيه محتوى الطرود اللي كانت بتيجي للبيت عمره؟
ما كان بيحكي معنا يا رجال، ما بنقدر معه، كان يحكي معنا نعزل خالص، وإذا ما سألناه أو قلنا له تعال أكل سوينا أكل ما كان يحكي معنا نعزل خالص يا عالم.
He wasn't talking to us at all. If we don't initiate the conversation, he wouldn't talk to us. We always ask him if he wants to come and eat.
يعني كنا كلنا قاعدين العيلة كلنا كلام وقهوة شاي شغلات شيء ما هو بحسه بحاله تليفونه بيضحك بيزيك ركبه يفيضك يسوي، فنحن ما نعرف إنه هذا الشيء فيه، ما نعرف هذا الأمر.
When we were sitting as a family gathering while drinking coffee, he was just isolated in a corner, jumping while watching his phone content. We didn't know what he was up to.
There was a snowstorm on March 15th. The next day, do you recall him coming home with a large box that you saw?
يوم 15 شهر 3 كانت عاصفة ثلجية. تذكري الطرد الكبير اللي جاب إياه للبيت؟
كان شيء طرد كبير. أنا مبالي هو هذا البيانو اللي بيعزفوا فيه، أنا ما شفت إشي، شفت هاي أنا قلت ممكن هاي بيانو أو شغلة، بس والله ما يعني ولا شفته ولا عندنا خط ولا أي شيء ولا نقدر أي.
Yeah, I saw that package. It was a big one. I thought it was a piano that he purchased, but I swear to God, we didn't know what was inside that package.
And you had no idea what was inside that package?
أنت ما كانش في علمك محتوى الطرد. No, by God, no.
Okay. And you told the investigators you thought maybe it was a violin that he had purchased.
أنت قلت أنه ممكن يكون هذا الآلة العازفة.
أنا قلت يمكن يعني هو أكيد يعني.
Yeah.
ما عندنا نحن هذا الشيء يعني إنه يجيب إنه إشي أو باله إشي، هو ما هو يعني مريض. كان شكله والله العظيم شكل المهبلين يعني.
Yeah,
مجنون يعني، تحسه مجنون يعني. ما هو شكله إنه يروح يجيب، يروح يشتري، يروح يسوي. ما يعني ما نعرف ولا خبرنا ولا عنا علم ولا عنا أي شيء. حتى قلت لك لما انفاش هاي البكسة، والله أنا فكرت هاي العاصفة اللي بيعزفوا فيها.
yeah, I wasn't under the impression it was a violent or a musical instrument. I'm telling you, you know, even when you look at him, he looks really crazy. He cannot, you know, he can go about his daily routine in life. And when he had we had that box delivered, I swear I didn't know. I swear I didn't know it was inside. I thought it was violent.
Had he ever played violin before that day?
هل عمره لعب بهذه الآلة العازفة من قبل من قبل؟
لا، ما هو ما جابها قبل ولا شيء، بس إنه أحيانا الواحد ممكن يضطر إنه يجيب يلعب أو يتعلم أو شغلة ممكن، لأنه هو مش طبيعي يعني. وضعه كشكله كوضعه مش طبيعي.
No, he never played before. But I mean, first I thought it was someone wants to. I thought he just wanted to pick up on a new hobby. You know, he's not normal. You know, he do things that normal people don't do. So that's what I was thinking. You know, probably he's just taking on a new hobby.
But isn't it true that a little while later, ma'am, you realized that it was an assault rifle?
ولكن سيدتي هل صحيح بعد مدة تفاجأتي وعرفتي بأنه كان مسدس؟
أنا ما أعرف إذا في عنده، أنا ما أعرف والله أي شيء، إذا عنده مسدس ولا عنده أي شيء. بس لا تعرف منه كان المجتمع.
No, I didn't know. I'm willing to swear in front of God and everyone else that I know it was an assault rifle.
الشيء ما نتفاجأ. أنا لما صار الشيء هذا نعرف ابننا مريض، ما عم يركز، بيخربط صار بالكلام، بينسى، بيضحك. كورونا، صارت كورونا وسكرت كل الابواب، وهذا كل اللي نعرفه. هو مريض.
We were surprised by what happened. Our son is sick. He can't focus. He keeps mumbling. He became forgetful. He smiles. He makes funny faces after COVID. You know, and everything. Yeah, after COVID, everything completely changed.
I recognize this must be really hard. And I can't imagine how hard. I honestly mean that for you and your family. I'm just going to ask you a few questions about what you remember and what you told the investigators about that day, okay?
أنا أعرف أن هذا صعب بالنسبة لك يعني، وأن تفهم الوضع اللي أنت فيه. أنا فقط سوف أسألك بعض الأسئلة التي سألك المحققين إياها. جيد؟
Do you recall?
You go.
Thank you, sir. Do you recall telling the investigators that you heard banging noise is from upstairs? His brothers checked on him, and then they brought down the assault rifle. You saw the assault rifle, and they went down to the basement to help him clear a jam from the assault rifle.
تمام يا سيدتي. تتذكرين خبرتي المحققين، عفوا تتذكرين خبرتي المحققين، سمعتوا صوت عالي من فوق يعني من الطابق الأعلى، وأخوه راح يتفحص عنه، وبعده نزلوا السلاح الناري أو الرشاش، وشفتي السلاح الناري أنت، وودوها تحت للبيسمنت أو الطابق اللي تحت، وفتحوا هذا الجام اللي حصل فيه. تذكري هيك كلام؟
لا بتذكر هيك كلام، لأنه صار فوق خبط. جاء أخوه من برا قال إيش هالخبط، وإنه طلعنا وإنه في عنده إياها طلقة عصيانة، بس والله إحنا ما نفكر إنه هي عنده. فشلون أنتوا عمال تخبطوا هاي؟ بلكي إنه قاموا نزلوها لتحت على أساس إنه مشان طلقة وشفتهم قلبهم هاتوها أنا بقدر أرجعها وأخذها على أساس يرجعها وما نعرف عنها شيء. أنا والله ما شفتها حتى.
Okay, that's last. Yes, I do recall. There was banging upstairs. His brother came out and said, "What is this?" And it turns out he had a round that was jammed. We did not know he had a rifle. How did you do this? His brother asked him, and then ended up bringing it down, like the round was stuck in it. And he brought it down and he said, "Bring it. I will return it tomorrow." And he took it. He was supposed to return it.
أخذها خلص أنا راح أرجعها وعلى أساس إنه هو يرجعها. وش يعني ما نعرف إحنا العيلة كلها كله يعني الأولاد كلهم عندهم شغل ومشاغلهم والبنات كلهم شغلها يعني ما حدا فاضي لحتى الله يوفقه.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he took it and he was to return it. He was to return it, but we as a family, all of the boys have their own work. The girls have their own work. So really no one is free for anyone.
What was the last part of what you said, sir?
So
just
really no one's free for anyone.
Free for anyone, you said?
Free for anyone.
Sorry, I just couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I just have a couple final questions for you, ma'am, okay?
تمام سيدي بس كم سؤال إضافي بسألك. بيسألك كم سؤال إضافي.
Your son worked on that Sunday before the shooting. Am I right?
ابنك كان شغال يوم الأحد قبل ما بيصير إطلاق النار صحيح؟
والله قرير هو هيك يعني هو المحل إنه عرفت شلون كان يعني هو وأخوه إنه يتداولوا على يعني هو كان عنده استراحة يعني ياخذوا هو وأخوه يستراحوا يعني الشغل.
Okay. Honestly, I don't recall. He would come and go, but it was our own store. Himself and his brother would change around. So I believe he had off and his brother was taking his place.
On the morning of the mass shooting, you and he had breakfast together, am I right?
Counsel, do you know, Peter?
Sure. You had breakfast with him on the morning of the mass shooting.
صباح الإطلاق النار الجماعي اللي حصل. أنتوا مع بعض أكلتوا فطور صحيح؟
نعم.
Yes.
Other than the conversation about the haircut, he didn't tell you what he was doing with the rest of his day. Is that right?
من عدا هاي المحادثة اللي صارت بخصوص إنه بيحلق راسه بيحلق شعره. ما خبرك شو رح يعمل بقية نهاره.
مريض والله تعبان شكله مريض شكله من هالشغل.
No. He was sick. He was looking sick. He really looked like a crazy.
You left him at home and went to run errands, am I right?
تمام. خليتيه في البيت ورحتي تكملين مهماتك المنزلية. Yes, we went and we did shopping.
Thank you very much for answering my questions, Your Honor. I don't have anything further at this point.
سيدي شكرا. اسمحي لي بترجم كلامه. شكرا جاوبتي أسئلتي ما عندي أي سؤال إضافي. تفضلي عفوا. Sorry, counsel, I asked her to allow me to interrupt.
هو مريض وهو ما كان يستوعب كان عنده نسيان يعني هو آخر فترة يهلوس يحكي مع حاله يضحك مع حاله يعني يعني شكله وهيئته تقول مجنون ما عاد يهتم بحاله.
Okay.
وبالأخص يعني أكثر شيء صار من كورونا وبعد كثير يعني استوى يعني.
Yeah, I mean, he is sick. He was not comprehending. He had forgetfulness, and he was speaking to himself. He was laughing. He really looked crazy. He was not caring for himself or doing any hygiene. Mostly, this deteriorated after COVID.
There's no question before the witness.
Thank you,
Ms. Harold may have some more questions.
I have no redirect, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you are excused. Free to go.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You could go.
تمام سيدي تقدري تروحي.
Yes, thank you.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes. Oh, it appears somebody left something. Thank you. Sure, come on in. All right, we're going to recess for the day. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, do not discuss the case with anyone by any means. Include your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, anyone else. Someone tries to talk to you about the case, tell them to stop and let us know about it immediately. Don't read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not consult any outside references or do any kind of research whatsoever. Do not form or express any opinion on the case until it's submitted to you. And we'll start up again at 9 o'clock and we're on schedule. So have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow.